Namaskar, Professor Murthy. Professor Venkatesh Murthy. Can you hear me? I can see you smile, but I cannot hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mohanty sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, we'll start sharp at 10. Good morning, Tariq sir.
Namaskar. Good morning.
Namaskar.
आणि त्यातून तुमचं सर बोलतो नंतर माझी एक ऑनलाईन मीटिंग सुरू झाली. नाही बा, एका वेबिनारचं उद्घाटन करतोय मी. स्टँडर्ड मी ब्रँडेड भोपनजी आहे ना आता.
सर देशपांडे मॅडम, गुड मॉर्निंग.
हा, गुड मॉर्निंग सर. ऐकू येतोय? तुमचा आवाज चांगला येतो आहे.
येतो आहे ना?
हो हो.
ओके, थँक्यू.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
त्याचा आवाज इतका येतो, मला ऐकूच येत नाहीये. हे बंद करा हा फॅन. मला ते नोट्स घ्यायचे आहेत. ते फोन पण
मोहोळकर मॅडम प्लीज. मोहोळकर मॅडम म्यूट करा प्लीज. I request all the participants to please mute your microphones.
मूर्ति सर, अभी आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. We can't hear you, sir. Venkatesh sir.
Hello everyone. Actually, we are streaming this live on YouTube also. So if you would like to share the YouTube link, I have sent the YouTube link also. So you can kindly share the YouTube link. The Zoom link is only for the participants. Please don't share the Zoom link with anyone. You are just requested to share the YouTube link. The Zoom link is only for the participants.
ये नहीं आया?
मेरे को भी नहीं
Dipti, please mute your microphone. Dipti.
यस मैम
We'll be starting in a minute. I hope everyone is ready.
मंजुश्री मॅडम एकदा मूर्ती सरांचा माईक टेस्ट करून घ्यायला सांगा.
Murthy sir, please, let's check your mic. Mangesh sir.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार. तुम्ही को होस्ट आहात, तर आता मी सुरू करते. प्लीज ऍडमिट करा लोकांना. हा
हो हो.
Let's start. And सर माझ्या याच्यावर कसं येईल हे?
हमारे मोबाइल पर जूम की क्लास शुरू रहने देना. हम नहा रहे फट से नाश्ता अगर करके 10:30.
Sir, we are starting, and I request all of you to kindly mute your microphone so that we can start. Siddhant. Let's start. It's 10 o'clock. Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Professor Panchanan Mohanty sir, Director of Central Institute of Indian Languages, Dr. C.G. Venkatasha Murthy sir, President of Dharampet Education Society, Advocate Ulhas Aurangabadkar sir, Principal of R.S. Mundle Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, Dr. Tanuja Nafre madam, Officer in charge of NTM and convener of this seminar, Dr. Tariq Khan sir, Dr. Mangesh Pathak, Dr. Jeevan Tare, all the distinguished resource persons, academicians who have joined here today. A very good morning, a very happy and healthy morning to you all. Paying obeisance to the goddess of learning, Devi Saraswati, let us commence our academic pursuits. R.S. Mundle Dharampet Arts and Commerce College and National Translation Mission consider it as a golden opportunity and an academic privilege to organize this online national seminar on new trends in translation studies. Organizing such seminars and workshops facilitate learning, sharing insights and best practices from erudite academicians and experts in the field, engaging with the like-minded people to inspire and generate ideas and new thinking, to provoke action and collectively bring about change, and to network and meet new people and organizations. In this age of globalization and knowledge revolution, translation plays a very important role in spreading ideas, sharing information and knowledge dissemination. Translation is the key to understanding different cultures and civilizations and to unravel the treasures of knowledge and wisdom encompassed in the rich, varied Indian and foreign languages. Translation plays an important role in bringing nations together, contributing to the development and strengthening of world peace and security, encouraging mutual respect for others' way of life. This seminar focuses on the new trends in translation studies, as this is a new interdisciplinary field that is yet unexplored to its full potential. The National Education Policy 2020 has given considerable importance to translation and emphasized importance of multidisciplinary education in home or regional language. There is an immense scope in learning translation, as it will open new vistas of opportunities in Indian as well as foreign languages in areas of business, science, medicine, arts, technology, etc. Collaborating with a prestigious institution like National Translation Mission has added value to this seminar, as the participants would receive insights into the intellectual and financial scope of translation activity, including tremendous employment opportunities emerging from translation and related services. So let's gear up for an enriching food for thought in these 2 days academic parley. At the outset, I would like to invite the principal of RSMDACC Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, Dr. Tanuja Nafre, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Tanuja Nafre.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Honorable President of Dharampet Education Society, Advocate Ullasji Aurangabadkar sir, respected Professor C.G. Venkatesha Murthy, Director of National Translation Mission, Mysore, Dr. Panchanan Mohanty, Dr. Tariq, Dr. Manjushri Sardeshpande, both conveners, co-conveners, Dr. Pathak, Dr. Jivan Tare, Vice Principal Dr. Nagrale, all my colleagues. It is my pleasure to welcome you all the opening of National Seminar on New Trends in Translation Studies, organized by R.S. Mudle, Dharampet Arts and Commerce College and National Translation Mission, Mysore. I also welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country, from different walks of life, who have joined here to share knowledge, vast experience with the teachers. If you take a look at seminar program, you will agree that this seminar is going to be useful and productive. Just Dr. Sardeshpande said, translation is necessary for the spread of information, knowledge, and ideas. It is absolutely necessary for effective and empathetic communication between different cultures. Translation is more than just changing the words, sentences from the one language to another language. Translation builds bridges between the culture. Translation is also important for social harmony and peace. Translation is the only medium through which people come to know different works and expand their knowledge. Effective, efficient, and empathetic translations required highly skilled practitioners. Nowadays, we live in a globalized world where numerous countries and cultures are connected, whether by commercial and or political relations. However, there are barriers that are mainly linguistic. Since these relations and exchanges are often established between countries and people who don't speak the same language, completing the communication. So it is very essential to bring together expertise peoples, experts, professionals in the field of translation world. Now, my closing words I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the dignitaries of National Translation Mission, both dedicated conveners, Dr. Manjushri, Dr. Tariq, co-conveners, for their diligent work. My all best wishes to all participants, teachers who have taken lot of efforts for the success of national seminar. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Manjushri madam, please unmute yourself.
I would now like to invite the President of Dharampet Education Society, Assistant Solicitor General of India, Advocate Ulhas Aurangabadkar sir, to deliver his address.
A very good morning to you all. Chief guest of today's function, Professor Mohanty sir, Director of the institution, Dr. Venkatesa Murthy sir, Principal of our R.S. Mundle Commerce College, Dr. Nafde madam, all the conveners, co-conveners of this seminar, and dear participants. I am very happy to inaugurate this seminar, which in my view is unique in a way, because it takes into consideration the new education policy that is on the unveil, or rather it has been declared and its implementation is being done. While going through the brochure of this particular seminar, what I could see or what I could gather is that translation as an industry is being explored and what are various trends in this particular industry. I would not touch that particular aspect of translation. What I sincerely feel is that a translator, in fact, is doing a sort of social service, maybe for value, maybe for consideration. Because the knowledge which is not otherwise available to me in my language, in my mother language, my mother tongue, is made available by a person who has that particular knowledge, who understands the other language. It may be French, it may be Russian, it may be Italian, or it may be English. You all are from the field of education. Though I belong to a legal fraternity, but still some basic concepts which one knows and which do not need any sort of endorsement is that a person can best understand anything in his mother language, mother tongue. So to make available the entire knowledge, because as you said, now world is a global village. Anything and everything is accessible, is available at the tip of your finger. But there are certain difficulties which are faced even for us in the legal terminology, that the language which I does not know, the language which I never have any occasion to read, how can the knowledge that is available in that language is made available to me? And that is precisely is being done by the translators, and that due importance has been given to the translation as an industry and as a function also in the new education policy. And I'm happy that my college and the institute, they have organized a joint seminar looking into the importance of this particular aspect, because the importance that it will gain in the future after implementation of the new education policy 2020. So I am very happy that the new trends of translation policy are being brought to you. Experts are there, the faculties are there who will enlighten you. I wish all the success to this seminar. And with these words, I conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite the Director of Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore, Dr. C.G. Venkatesha Murthy, to deliver the inaugural address. Dr. Venkatesha Murthy. Murthy, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Murthy sir, you are not audible.
That's what I said. I wanted you to check this, no?
Yes, yes. Now you are audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 sir.
Yeah. Esteemed professional colleagues, I'm indeed very happy today to be in the midst of such a galaxy of academicians, administrators, and language lovers in this national seminar on new trends in translation studies. Translation is a language activity that has a significant contribution to the vast amount of knowledge humans have gained. Is also an activity that makes communication possible between diverse speech groups and cultures. There is plenty of evidence indicating the existence of translation activities even in the earliest of civilizations. Isn't it something wonderful to know about? It requires no special insight to understand that translation plays a key role in bringing together nations and cultures and thereby facilitating peace and understanding among the peoples of the world. Perhaps for this reason, the United Nations declared 30th September as the International Translation Day in 2017. Putting aside these axiomatic statements about translation, let's also consider some common experiences and prevailing wisdom about this profession. Translation is highly challenging and at the same time intellectually stimulating and rewarding, which the translators remain dissatisfied and engaged in thoughts. Had we been complacent, perhaps we would not have grown. Recognizing these aspects of translation, the formal studies of translation practice were proposed. Consequently, translation studies emerged as a discipline that has constant give and take with applied linguistics, comparative literature, and so on. Since the recognition and development of this discipline is recent, it faces numerous challenges and offers excellent rewards too. The growth of translation studies in India is slow, but constant and in need of institutional stimulus. Perhaps this two-day national seminar would be able to provide that among the participants, including the theorists and practitioners of translation studies. Indeed, it's a good opportunity to discuss the initiatives of Government of India for promotion of translation, both as profession and industry, as well as an academic pursuit. The National Translation Mission, housed in the Central Institute of Indian Languages, has been working on these goals for more than a decade. In this process, the mission has been able to compile several databases for the convenience of translators, produce lexical resources like translation equivalents, which perhaps is unique, and bilingual dictionaries, and provide training and orientation to freelance and early career translators. One of the significant achievements of the mission is the publication of books of higher education in regional languages. There are also attempts of building machine systems of automated translation. At this point in time, it is important to identify the latest trends and deliberate on the same for the development of translation studies in India. Therefore, it gives me immense pleasure and happiness that R.S. Munil Dharampeeth Arts and Commerce College in Nagpur and the National Translation Mission of our institution, CIIL, have come together to organize a two-day national seminar on new trends in translation studies. It also appears very relevant to mention that the Government of India considers translation very, very important. The National Education Policy 2020 gives a lot of emphasis on translation and interpretation activities. I'm also pleased to draw the attention of this August gathering to the recent budget 2021, wherein the Government of India has announced the establishment of Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation, called IITI, and the National Language Translation Mission, NTLM. The IITI is going to be an offshoot of the CIIL's initiatives by the Government of India, where the Government of India wants us to come out with two institutions. One is Bharati Bhasha Vishwavidyalaya, the other one is the Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation. This is likely to happen in this financial year. I would like to convey my best wishes to the organizers and the participants of this national seminar. And I'm sure that the resource persons identified for both the days are well placed to drive this national seminar into global thinking. I'm hopeful that the keynote and plenary lectures would stimulate new thinking among the participants and new research initiatives would follow. I'm looking forward to the takeaways of this two-day national seminar, which should culminate in the form of some kind of a compendium of the selected papers and thoughts, which should be capable of informing and influencing people who are the stakeholders in this at large in the country, especially, which should serve as a firm foundation for our IITI activities also. I congratulate the organizers for planning this wonderful two-day online seminar, which should bring rich dividends at the end of the day. Best wishes to the organizers, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much. This makes me indeed very, very happy, and good luck to this wonderful two-day national seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of enlightenment. You have given us invaluable information, and you have talked about the different initiatives of Government of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite our chief guest of today's function, the wizard in the field of translation and linguistics, who is an institution in himself, a renowned name in the English fraternity, Professor Panchanan Mohanty, sir. And to introduce him, I would like to invite our dynamic and very industrious officer in charge, National Translation Mission, Dr. Tariq Khan, who is also the convener of this national seminar. Dr. Tariq Khan, I would like you to introduce Mohanty, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manjushri Sardeshpande. Respected dignitaries of the inaugural program, Professor Panchanan Mohanty, Professor C.G. Venkateshamurthy, Dr. Tanuja Nafde, Principal, R.S. Mundle, Dharmpet Arts and Commerce College, and Advocate Shri Ullasji, President, Dharmpet Education Society, and my co-convener, Dr. Manjushri Sardeshpande, participants and virtual attendees. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Professor Mohanty, the keynote speaker of this two-day national seminar. Professor Panchanan Mohanty is a well-known figure in linguistics and translation studies in this country, as he has rendered 4 decades as an expert in linguistics, translation studies, and other cooperating areas. In these years, he has supervised 31 doctoral theses, authored and edited several books, and published numerous academic papers in journals of national and international repute. Presently, Professor Mohanty works at the GLA University, Mathura, and prior to this, he has worked at the Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies, University of Hyderabad. He has the distinction of serving as the president of both Linguistic Society of India as well as Dravidian Linguistics Association. And he also has the distinction of serving as the editor of both Indian Linguistics as well as International Journal of Dravidian Linguistics. So only a handful of scholars in this country have achieved this feat. Recently, his colleagues, friends, and students have honored him with 2 festshrifts, one Alternative Horizons in Linguistics, and the other Indradhanush of Ideas in Language, Literature, and Translation. And both are published by Lincom Europa, Germany. I would like to keep this introduction very short and allow the participants and attendees of this seminar to listen to him directly. And over to Professor Mohanty. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq, for your kind introduction. Director CIL, Professor Murthy, Dr. Tariq Khan, President of the Dharampet Education Society, Principal R.S. Mundale Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, Dr. Sardesh Pandey, dear colleagues and participants in this national seminar. A translation, when we talk about, it's a very controversial discipline nowadays in many parts of the world. The reason is simple. Before 20th century, translation was not a major activity in a country like India. 19th century, of course, it was there, but towards the end of 19th century, everything started. And that is the reason for which there is a lot of discussion. But translation is, as Professor Venkatesha Murthy mentioned, Government of India is very serious about the translation and interpretation activities in this country. That's why an institute of national importance is going to be established, that is Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation. Before I discuss that, a few words to clear the ground. We make a distinction between a word and a term. A word can have many meanings. For example, when we say head, head means it refers to the uppermost part of an animal or frontmost part of an animal. So that is the head. And I can say this is the head. But when you say head of the family, head of the department, etc., it is called extended meaning, or you can call it, if you are talking about connotation, denotation, whatever it is, it's an extended meaning. Okay, but a term cannot be used like that. A term has always one meaning and cannot have two meanings. When you say Akashvani, Akashvani means All India Radio. It cannot mean anything else, though Akashvani earlier used to mean oracle. So Kangs ko, when Kangs was going to kill, there was an Akashvani Kangs, and this is going to happen. So that was done earlier, but now Akashvani is a term. It means, it refers to All India Radio. So when we are talking about translation, if it is a scientific discipline, then whatever is discussed there must be well defined, and this definition cannot change from person to person or country to country, because if you treat something as a scientific discipline, that has to happen. Take for example, since many colleagues may be from literature, metaphor has a meaning and it has a kind of definition. You cannot define, nobody can say that, well, I'll define metaphor in this way or simile this way. No, that cannot happen. So if you are talking about translation has to be defined in a particular way and has to be understood in a particular way. I don't say that in this seminar that is going to happen, but as it has been emphasized in our National Education Policy 2020, it's time we started thinking about it very seriously. And what happens is that if you are talking about any discipline, scientific study of any discipline, it's always better to go for an inductive approach, not a deductive approach. And as most of you probably know, most of the sciences, the approach is inductive. When you cannot have an inductive approach, go for a deductive approach. Take, for example, creation of the universe. Nobody can, study it inductively, so one has to be deductive. But in most other cases, if you can do it, yes, your approach must be inductive. And since you are talking about translation, which is a human science, and especially in the humanities and social sciences, the approaches should ideally be inductive. So, kind of bottom-up approach, go from data to theory, not from theory, propose the theory and do something else, not that kind of thing. Okay. And here I would, of course, start quoting Roman Jakobson, who in 1960, published a paper on translation, and he talked about 3 kinds of translation. Interlingual translation, which he himself said it is translation proper. Then he talked about intralingual translation. That means paraphrase, let's say Shakespeare let's say Shakespearean language is not understood by many. So Shakespeare is rendered in the same language that is English for others, kind of thing. And then intrasemiotic translation, when let's say a novel is converted into a film, that kind of, the medium changes. So 3 kinds of translation. Even though Roman Jakobson said that interlingual translation, that means translation involves 2 different languages, and that is the translation proper, he mentioned that. Many people didn't pay a lot of attention to that. People talk about anything is discussed in the field of translation studies, whether it is culture studies, film studies, whatever it is, everything is discussed under the garb of translation studies, which I think is not a scientific way to look at things. So if it is a scientific discipline, we must look at it, in a very rigorous way. And that is why when I am talking about scientific, there is nothing to worry, because there is a person called Eugene Nida, and he always talked about translation as a science. So that kind of very important thing has happened. And he published a book in 1964. The title of the book is Towards a Science of Translating. Look, he talks about translating, not translation, because he thought translation is a process. So when you are looking at translation, it can be looked at from 3 different points of view. Number 1, translation is a process, because when a translator is translating, something is happening in his mind. He is translating a source language text into a target, going to convert it into a target language text. So there is a process in between. So Nida was more emphatic that part has to be emphasized, because Nida was a very great translator, and that is how you became a theoretician. Probably he is the most celebrated theoretician in translation studies, because nobody has done more translation than he has done, and more theoretical work than he has done in the last 150 years or so. Now, when he talks about translating, he talks about processes, and processes are very important. And most of us who talk about translation studies today, we don't talk about process at all. So I said there are 3 ways to look at a translation. One is, translating, which is a translation as a process. Then you can talk about translation as a product. Some people take the translated text. There is a source language text, which is the original. And when it is translated into something else, it becomes a translated text, or called a target language text. There is a source language, let's say the language of let's say English. And when it is translated into, let's say Marathi, then Marathi becomes the target language, and the text is called target language text. Marathi text is called translatable text. Then the other approach is both, let's say process and, product. So if you are emphasizing the product, then your approach is toward the translated text or target language text. So, and if you are talking about the process and the product, then it combines both, whatever is happening in the mind when you are translating from the source language to the target language, and how the product is produced. So this is what is happening. Okay, but I have just now mentioned that our approach should be inductive. So when we are talking about inductive, we are talking about a descriptive approach. And there was a person who is no more. I consider him a great theoretician. He was a Jewish scholar, Gideon Torrey, who published a book titled Descriptive Translation Studies. So that's very crucial and important, and we must look at such kind of texts, because this is quite important from our point of view. What we do is that, most of us, when I listen to some translation, people become prescriptive unnecessarily without having, any experience in translation, without having read any theories of translation. People start, oh, this is bad, this is good, this is the way to translate. It's like telling when Sachin Tendulkar gets out, somebody who has never held a bat, oh, he made a mistake, he should have done it. That kind of approach we do take, in translation studies. Sometimes people do that. I have seen people doing that in seminars and conferences, and that's not the way. Translation is a scientific discipline, is a serious discipline, and we must take it seriously. And this is what I'm going to discuss. So I'll start quoting one of the most celebrated scholars called Peter Newmark. I quote him: a translation is something that has to be discussed, it must be discussed. In too many schools and universities, it is still being imposed as an exercise in felicitous English style, where the words of the original are ignored. The teacher more or less imposes a fair copy of which is a model of his own English, rather than proposing a version for discussion and criticism by students, some of whom will be brighter than he is. This is the statement by somebody, who has translated himself, who has worked, a lot on translation studies. So we must not have a deductive approach. The approach must be inductive, bottom up, not top down. Then, just now, Professor Murthy talked about the importance of translation, in our country, because ours is a multilingual country. But I am of the very firm opinion that India is not a multilingual country, in the sense that there are many languages spoken in India, but most Indians don't speak many languages. Translation was not a major activity in ancient India. I must emphasize that. The reason is that there was always a tika, a vyakhya, that kind of thing. So, translation per se from one language to another was not a major activity. It became a major activity only when Buddhism started spreading from India to other, Asian countries. So that is the time when many texts were translated from Pali and Prakrit into, let's say, other languages, whatever it is, Chinese, Burmese, or other languages. That's what has happened. But while theorizing translation studies, we have not taken these translations into consideration. We have not done that. That translation activity was not important in ancient India. I'll give you two pieces of evidence in support of whatever I'm saying. Number one, there is no word for translation in Sanskrit. In Anuvada doesn't mean, it existed in Sanskrit, but doesn't mean translation. It means something else, what comes later. So, Anuvad, then, that kind of thing. So, number one. Number two, even today, we won't find many bilingual dictionaries in India. We have discussed that, when we had a meeting, and Professor Venkatesha Murthy was there, Dr. Tariq Khan was there. So there is no Marathi Gujarati dictionary. There is no Punjabi, Assamese dictionary, no Bangla Maithili dictionary, or Tamil Marathi dictionary, or Telugu Odia dictionary. No, such dictionaries don't exist. And how can you talk about translation? How can you translate unless, bilingual dictionaries existed? This shows that this, of course, endorses the view that I hold, that India, in most of the Indians are not multilingual. They don't involved in multilingual activities. So, I have a lot of evidence. No evidence in I take the data from the Census of India, nothing else. I have looked at the trilingualism and bilingualism figures right from 1991 till 2011. If you want, I can give you the data later to say, prove whatever I'm saying. But translation, these two pieces of evidence show that translation was not a very important activity in ancient India. In fact, translation in this country started with the advent of the British and other missionaries in on the Indian soil, because the missionaries wanted to preach Christianity, and that is when they compiled dictionaries, wrote grammars, and all of you know that most of our early dictionaries and grammars have been written by the missionaries, not by Indians, most of them. And they translated the Bible and other religious literature into our languages. And that is how translation took place in this country. And if you look at these things, you will see that this is what is called real translation. And some people would say that, well, Tulsi Ramayana is a translation of Valmiki Ramayana, or let's say Kamban's Ramayana is a translation of Valmiki Ramayana, or Sarala Mahabharata is a translation of Vyasa's Mahabharata. These are not translations. And we have different terms. We have transcreation, we have adaptation, all sorts of things we have in our, let's say, repertoire. And we know that if there are two words, they mean different. If there are two words in a language, they must mean different. That's why synonymy is always partial. Many of us confuse between, let's say, words like, let's say, catch and hold, and words like honor and respect, words like smile and laugh. So these are different things. And for your interest, I must tell you that if there is a Hindi speaker in the audience and there is a Bangla speaker in the audience, you can easily see that the word agraha has one meaning in Hindi, and when it is used in Bangla, it has different meaning. So we must know all these things. The same word changes its meaning from language to language. And if there are two words meaning similar things in a language, they are not really similar, they mean different. And that difference we must try to find out. And that's what I'm going to emphasize today, and what should be the future of translation studies in this country. And when we are talking about, I would refer to some comparative literature scholars and who, hold a different point of view, because their importance, the point of their importance is not translation. They emphasize culture. So comparative literature is really culture studies. So that's very important. But if you are talking about translation, I will give you a few examples. And, here, of course, I'll quote the most popular saying, poetry is lost in translation. When you translate, poetry is lost. But that's not true, because these are cliches, or people say such things, but they are not, proven scientifically. I would refer to, let's say, again, Peter Newmark, whom I quoted a few minutes ago, and who said that, well, literal translation is the foundation in translation studies, should be the foundation in translation studies. Okay. While comparing the two German translations of Baudelaire's Requiem, one by Stephen George and the other by Walter Benjamin, Marilyn Gaddis Rose, in her stimulating paper, Walter Benjamin as a translation theorist, a reconsideration, that was published in 1982. She argues that Benjamin goes into literal English more easily than George's, and is not far removed semantically from a literal plain prose translation of the original. And Benjamin is working with the word when George works with a larger prosodic units. Therefore, George is a better translator than Benjamin. On the other hand, Peter Newmark, whom I have quoted, a leading translation theorist, goes one step further than Rose and accepts George as the greatest of all translators of poetry, but at the same time, he clearly demonstrates that George, and I'm quoting Newmark, George is more literal in his translation of words as well as the structures. George is a better translator, not because of anything else, because he has removed from or moved away from the source text. No, because he is close, more literal in his translation of words as well as his structures than Benjamin. In fact, Newmark's recommendation is that, I quote him, serious imaginative literature has to be translated literally. We must understand that. And, and he states, according to him, and I quote him again, literal translation is the first step in translation, and a good translator abandons a literal version only when it is plainly inexact or badly written. And what I'm going to quote him now is more important. A bad translator will always do his best to avoid translating word for word. Recreative translation, which means roughly translating the thoughts behind the words and sometimes between the words, or translating the subtext, is a procedure which some authorities and translation teachers regard as the heart of central issue of translation. The truth is the opposite. Interpret the sense, not the words, is to my mind the translator's last resource, an essential resource certainly, and a touchstone of his linguistic sensitivity and creativity. Not to mention his alertness and perspicacity when words mislead. Further, contextual recreation is likely to be more common in interpretation. And again, this is one. Then, and you see, I'm telling you that translation should be an inductive activity from, let's say, data to theory. Another, theoretician, which is not read very often in this country, Alan Duff, and he has a book. It's a very stimulating book, and the title of the book is the third language, recurrent problems of translation into English, the third language. And he expresses a similar view. Whatever, I quote him, whatever goes on the writer's mind must go in the translator's head as well. The writer and the translator share the same thoughts, although they express them in different languages. The quality of writing will directly affect the quality of translation, and so too will the quality of the thought. And he further, Alan Duff further states, what I mean is that thought and care invested by the translator should be directly proportional to the thought and care invested by the writer. And now his statement is very important. The translator must think with the writer, but he cannot do thinking for him. These are the people who hold these views on the basis of their research on an inductive way. So that is more important. The translator must think with the writer, but he cannot do thinking for him. So now these are very important issues. Now the people who are talking about translated text as independent text, etc., so there is nothing new about it. And I have recently written a paper. Look, Tulsi Ramayana is an independent text, and it has nothing to it is very different from Valmiki's Ramayana. Or let's say Kasiram, or you take Surdas, Mira, whosoever you take, these are very different texts. There is nothing new that you are saying, and these are possible, or these were possible. My argument is that in the age of orality, this was possible. When India was predominantly oral, the culture was predominantly oral, this was possible. Once you become literate and you enter the literacy domain, such things are very difficult to do. So that's the argument. I want to emphasize here that many translatologists forget the fact that translation is out and out a language activity. That's why they ignore the word and search for the sense, miss the lines and read between the lines, spare the text and focus on the subtext. So this is something which shouldn't be the job of a translator. If you are a translation critic, you can do everything, but don't do all these things under the identity of a translator. No, we fully agree with George Steiner, who believes that a theory of translation has to stand on a theory of language. And he states, I quote him, a study of translation is a study of language. Thus, it can be argued that construction of a theory of translation has to draw on a theory of language, and translation criticism ought to make use of the tools of language analysis. So this is the argument. When I'm emphasizing the Indian, tradition, when it's time we started looking at the translations that took place from, let's say Pali Prakrit into other languages that we have just mentioned, whether it is Thai, whether it is Burmese, whether it is Chinese, Korean, Japanese, whatever it is, those things must be, looked into, what people were doing those days, some maybe 2,300 years ago, what kind of things were happening. Number one. Number two, there is another important issue here, which I'm going to, I'm in fact trying to work it out. We have a lot of bilingual texts, and these are, there may be inscriptions, there may be small text, these things are there. And what people have done there, how did they translate? These are important issues in the Indian context. Today's translation activity is much more concerned with subjects like religion, science, medicine, engineering, agriculture, economics, politics, psychology, sociology, law, journalism, etc., including cooking, yoga, sports, feng shui, everything, everywhere you see translation. When somebody is theorizing translation, one must take all these things into consideration. Why only literature? Why are you talking about literature only? You are not talking about literary translation theories. You are talking about theories of translation. These are not, literary theories of translation or theories of literary translation. No. So if somebody is talking about translation in general, one has to take all these things. Even hotel menu cards are translated. If you go to a hotel, let's say you will find, let's say in the Hindi speaking area, you will see the same menu card written in two different languages, such as, English and Hindi. Go to another place, you may find in 3 languages. Such things are also happening. And these also, take Amrutanjan, that, and see how many languages or the usefulness Amrutanjan or what it does, etc., written in so many 8-9 languages. So this is something quite important. We must look at all these things if we are going to theorize, translation. So that's important. Here, of course, now I'll be talking about, there are scholars, so I'm not going to discuss all those things. When we are talking about these, my contention here is that, this should be the core of, translation theory in the Indian context. And when we talk about, because we are thinking of a vibrant India, a different India in near future. And if we are going to do that, we must start thinking afresh. There's no point in quoting those who say that a translated text may be removed from the source text and it may be different, and they quote all sorts of authors, but they don't see what we have done in this country. We have done many things in this country in the past, and those are very important for me. And it's time, we started. That's why I'm saying that when somebody says that a translated text is an independent text, I am not at all surprised. I find it naive. The reason is, well, I have given you many examples. So Tukaram, or let's say, Pampa, in Kannada, Tukaram in Marathi, or Madhav Kandali in Assamese. These people have written so many things in their languages, and nobody said that they are translations. And who are you or who am I to say that these are translations? They have never said that. And you ascribe something, you put words in the author's mouth and you impose your view on them. No, it has to be descriptive, it has to be inductive. You cannot be prescriptive in a democratic age. You must not do that. So that's my argument. Now, Newmark, since I'm talking about Newmark, I didn't talk about NIDA because there are quite a few important theoreticians. NIDA, I'm not going to discuss today because I'm going to discuss something else. Now, Newmark has talked about a functional typology of texts and what kind of translation will happen will be decided by the kind of text. It has to be literal, but there will be a little difference also. Newmark has renamed the emotive, the referential, and the conative functions. The people before Newmark, let's say Roman Jakobson, Michael Halliday, these people talked about, Jakobson talked about 6 language functions. Halliday talked about 3 language functions based on Buller. I don't want to get into those things, but Newmark, he has renamed the emotive, referential, and conative functions as expressive, informative, and vocative functions respectively. And he says that various text forms are categorized under these 3 types of functions, and the categorization is something like that. Now, if you are talking about the expressive function, the core is the writer, and the author's status is sacred. Remember that, sacred. So, when it is a sacred text, how it has to be translated, and you can see, how, whether it is Quran, whether it is the Vedas, whether it is Gita, or whether it is, Guru Granth Sahib, or all these things sacred, how they are translated. If there is a little kind of deviation, there are issues, problems. And what kind of text? Serious imaginative literature, authoritative statements, autobiography, personal experience. These texts belong to this kind of category. They are called expressive texts, where the core is the writer and author status is sacred. You cannot meddle with that sacred kind of status. Then the second one, from the functional point of view, is informative text. And what is the core? The truth. Truth is the core. And author status, it's anonymous. It need not be, because let's say and a repair manual of a television set or something like that, a text like that, or a mathematical text. And here, what kind of topics? Scientific, technological, commercial, industrial, economics, and other areas of knowledge. These are all these kind of texts are called informative texts. Here also you cannot meddle with, because suppose as a repair manual of a bike, and if you change the text, and the person, if reads the translated text and tries to repair, the repair may not be successful. So here one must be as a truth, and that's why it has to be emphasized. Then the third type of text or function is vocative function, and here the core is readership, and vocative, readership. And here again, the author status is not very important, it's anonymous, such as notices, instructions, propaganda, publicity, etc., etc. Here also, what kind of translation procedure one has to follow. So we can even divide. If you look at the functions of the text and how to translate, we will see that in most cases one has to be little, literal or faithful, so quote and unquote. Though faithful is a, it's not a word which is liked in translation studies by some scholars. Now, here you must notice that the status is sacred in expressive text, whereas it's anonymous in informative and vocative text. Newmark therefore recommends semantic translation, which is personal and individual and follows the thought processes of the author, tends to over-translate, pursues nuances of meaning, yet aims at concision in order to reproduce pragmatic impact. For expressive text and communicative translation, he says, which is social, concentrates on the message and the main force of the text, tends to under-translate, be simple, clear, brief, and is always written in a natural and resourceful style. So these are some of the things which are very important for us. And there are issues, but I think, but I think I should, Dr. Sardesh Pandey, I should conclude now.
We can take a few questions if people want to ask us.
Then I'll conclude and take a few questions. Yeah. Okay. Now I'll sum up. To sum up, the main points discussed today are something like this. Now, I have been trying to emphasize that it's time we started looking at whatever has happened in India with reference to translation studies, because we have translated many things, those days from, let's say, especially during, the period of Buddhism, the spread of Buddhism from Pali and Prakrit into other languages, mostly. And in Sanskrit, there is nothing called translation. It was always, tika, vyakhya, vartika, etc., that kind of thing has taken place. So translation is a recent activity which has taken place in India mostly in 19th century, when the European missionaries started, translating their, religious texts and the Bible into Indian languages for preaching Christianity. So that is why the translation, that's the beginning of translation in this country. And that view has been, I don't have that text with me right now. Harish Trivedi, one of the leading scholars, probably the most important scholar of this country in translation studies, well known, says that yes, translation studies started in India only in 19th century, not before that. And I talk about, we can, if somebody wants, I can talk about two types of translation studies. One is micro translation studies and macro translation studies. Somebody who is interested in the politics of translation and everything, they can do macro translation studies. And if someone is interested in micro translation studies, which is translation studies proper, one has to look at whatever has happened in this country and what we should do on the basis of those things in near future for our country. And, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. And dear participants, let us have one or two, so a few questions. If somebody wants to ask questions, you can. Please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and ask. Sir, I would just like to ask, when you said that we cannot translate something from Sanskrit, I just did not get that point, that certain things cannot be translated, like from Sanskrit you cannot translate.
I didn't say that. I said that, translation, there is no equivalent of translation in Sanskrit.
Okay.
So not that, things can be translated always. Things have been translated from Sanskrit. But, there is no translation, the term translation, we don't have an equivalent. Sanskrit has the word anuvad, but it means, to say after, not what we mean by translation today. No, not like that. So that's what I wanted to say. We can translate, of course. Now, there is nothing which is called, untranslatability is a philosophical construct. So Quine has talked about that, indeterminacy of money and all sorts of things. I don't want to discuss those things, but everything is translatable for me. We can translate.
Yes, somebody? Priyanka ma'am, you have unmuted, so would you like to ask?
Hello.
Yes.
This is Kirti, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, can we say that translation technology is more developed in India, as it is the country of so many languages, and this technology is not much developed in other countries as compared to India? If we compare India with other countries, can we say that this activity is more dominant in India?
I have tried to say that there was no translation activity in India. And the evidence I have given is that, there are no bilingual dictionaries involving two Indian languages today, even today.
Okay.
So, you speak Marathi, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, can you find a Marathi Gujarati dictionary, Marathi Kannada dictionary, Marathi Bangla dictionary, Marathi Odia dictionary?
No, no, no.
So how can you translate without bilingual dictionaries? So number one. Number two, the second argument I was trying to give is that, Sanskrit didn't, we had Tika, Vyakhya, which means interpretation, not translation. So translation is a recent activity. And of course, being so many languages being spoken on this land, we should probably start working and develop a theory of translation which may be different from whatever has been proposed by the Western scholars. That's quite possible.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir. I am Renuka Roy from Porwal College, Kamchi. I have a query. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Yes. Go ahead. Sir, if a bilingual writer creates his own work in some language and translates it into another language, target language, he himself translates. So what category does it fall into? It is, I am talking about the literature.
Yeah,
That is
that's
pure
okay.
literary work. If a writer writes in certain language and then translates it in another language in order to reach wide readership, so what category does it fall into?
Is your mother tongue Bangla?
Yeah, my mother tongue is Bangla.
Okay, what way Tagore has been criticized for his English version of the Gitanjali.
Yes, sir.
And if you read the Bangla version and, look, you see, here he has recreated everything. So because he himself has done that. But a person like, let's say, Umberto Eco, Milan Kundera, do you know these people? Milan Kundera asked translator to sit with him and translate because Milan Kundera doesn't like any deviation from whatever he has written.
Okay.
And the same thing, Umberto Eco, who has translated so much and written on translation, says that, well, a translator must have some experience in translation. Not that any anadi can become a translator because the person knows two languages. No, that kind of thing. There must be qualifications. I didn't talk about translator training. Renukaji, today, in order to appoint a mason or a carpenter, you ask for IIT training certificate. But for becoming a translator, should you not ask people to have some kind of training? That's what NTM, National Translation Mission, is doing. That's what, Professor Murthy emphasized, how they have been creating resources and they are also training people. Due to COVID, I don't think they have organized any training programs in the last 1 year or not. But earlier they used to organize training programs and they have a directory of translators. Because those who have been trained, they have a directory. So translator training is extremely important. So these things have to be done in our country. I hope I answered your question. My
question was, if
I know, look, I know, but the writer himself is, something has happened in Malayalam recently. And that author has been blamed because when he wrote it, he himself wrote it in English. The English version was very different from whatever he wrote 25 years ago. So that kind of thing will happen. So here the author
he has to be very cautious. He has to be very cautious while translating into target language.
So that you don't know, because the person has written and that person or he or she has every right to change anything. So that is what, I shouldn't say that. Dr. Tariq Khan is here. I have discussed it with him just yesterday that we are planning to do something in this area.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yes, Manju.
Yes.
Good afternoon. afternoon, sir. Sir, I have one question. Actually, now we have learned so many things about machine translation and all. Now, the artificial intelligence is now the new thing which we are using in so many things. So, how artificial intelligence can help in really doing the translation activity, if there is any scope?
Manju ma'am, I have been involved in machine translation for at least 20 years. And, we started all these things, more than 20 years. We started probably in 1993 or so more than that. Machine translation is, in its infancy. And I'm deliberately using this word. Because we give everything to the machine. The machine doesn't do anything. And artificial intelligence, whatever people have been talking about, we know how intelligent it is, this system. So look, it can do a whole lot of things, storage and processing speed. This is fantastic. But when it comes to translation, there are a lot of limitations. And when we are critical of human translation so much, you can imagine what machine can do, because machine is not doing anything. Whatever we are asking the machine to do, giving data, that's doing. And machine doesn't have, even today, artificial intelligence is not so much developed to include world knowledge, which we have. Human beings have that world knowledge. And the machine, no machine, the most intelligent machine cannot make use of world knowledge the way human beings can do. So that kind of difference. There are issues. Yes, machine translation not at all, very successful even now. No.
Okay. So one more question I have. I was just studying about language preservation strategies or techniques used all over the world. At that time, what do you feel, sir, if there is a relationship between language preservation and translation? Is some connection?
Well, I would prefer conservation, not preservation.
Okay.
Because conservation is dynamic. So that is the only reason, nothing else. Preservation is a good word because, but if you ask me to choose between preservation and conservation, I'll go for conservation. And look, first of all, let's conserve the languages, then only translation. Look, it's true, you are right. A lot of knowledge is there in the so-called tribal languages or languages of the so-called scheduled castes. I'm saying so-called tribal languages because, believe me, I strongly believe I belong to that category. Only thing is that I am not living in the forests or on the hills. I'm living in India. Otherwise, my language has a lot of features which are found in many tribal languages in this country. So, when you are first, let's conserve the languages, and it's time. We have discussed it in our meeting regarding establishment of the Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation, that those knowledge systems which are still there in the so-called, unrecorded languages and cultures, they must be translated so that we know what has happened. And I'm sure you know that Ayurveda has come from that level, because they are practiced even now by those people. So that's very important. But first conservation, then only translation, because when things are disappearing, first let's try to conserve those things. And translation is very important. It has to happen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
सर मैं एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहती हूँ कि अगर 100 साल पहले का एक आधा ग्रंथ है और उसका भाषांतर करना है या उसका ट्रांसलेट करना है, तो ट्रांसलेटर ने ऐसे करते समय बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस भी चेंज हो गए जाते हैं। तो ऐसा ट्रांसलेशन करते समय ट्रांसलेटर्स ने क्या बातें ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए? कौन सी बातें ऐसे है जो महत्वपूर्ण बातें जो उन्हें ट्रांसलेटर ने ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए, ऐसे आपको लगता है?
मैडम, अभी जैसे कहा कि जो अनुवादक है, he should think with the author, not for the author. जो लेखक ने जैसे सोचा है वैसी कोशिश करनी चाहिए। तो ये तो कुछ तो बदलेगा जरूर, वो तो हर शताब्दी में कुछ तो बदलाव होने वाले हैं उसमें कोई, बट whenever a new thing is translated, you must see that you don't meddle with whatever the original author has tried to say. That is the argument, nothing else. Now आपने देखा होगा कि हम लोग आप कुछ बदलाव कर सकते हैं होटल मेनू में. होटल मेनू जब ट्रांसलेशन करेंगे कुछ बदलाव कर सकते हैं, इंजीनियरिंग टेक्स्ट में कर सकते हैं, मेडिसिन में कर सकते हैं. तो यहां कुछ नहीं कर सकते. जब लिटरेचर आता है आपको ऐसा क्यों लगता है आप सब कुछ कर सकते हैं? क्यों? वहां भी सोचिए ना क्या हो रहा है. डेमोक्रेसी में आप देखिए ना, हर जगह जो हो रहा है वही कीजिए आप. आर्गुमेंट तो वही है. और ये मैंने आपको अभी अभी पढ़ के सुनाया कि बौडलेयर का जो ट्रांसलेशन, और मैंने खुद काम किया है इस पर. फकीर मोहन सेनापति का नाम आपने सुना है कभी? ओके, सेनापति के जो ट्रांसलेशंस हैं ऑटोबायोग्राफी के, एक फॉरेनर ने किया है, एक उड़िया लोगों ने मिलकर किया है. And I have shown that the translation by the foreigner is much better than whatever the Odiyas have done. Number one, क्योंकि मैं strongly believe करता हूं translation must be from the other tongue to the mother tongue. आपकी भाषा अगर मराठी है, आपको दूसरी भाषा से मराठी में करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मराठी को आप बहुत अच्छी तरह से कर सकते हैं. तो यही कारण है. और वही हुआ है. ये जो फैज अहमद फैज का ट्रांसलेशन हम लोगों ने किया, और सॉरी हमने नहीं ट्रांसलेट किया, ट्रांसलेटेड बाय 2 different persons. One is a professor of English, Indian, Shiv K. Kumar. The other one is a foreigner again. And there we have shown that that foreigner has translated much better. जो रीडेबिलिटी बढ़िया, क्लोजनेस भी बढ़िया. तो ये सब होना चाहिए ना. हम लोग तो कुछ तो तय करना पड़ेगा. अगर ये एक साइंटिफिक डिसिप्लिन है, हम लोगों को कुछ तय करना पड़ेगा, डिसीजन लेना पड़ेगा. यही आर्गुमेंट है.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, and it was really a fantastic discussion. You have really thrown light on different aspects of translation, and we spoke about translation as a human science. You talked about inductive approach, the 3 kinds of translation, translation as a process, as a product, a descriptive approach. So you focused on the need of bilingual dictionaries. And we spoke about the history of translation. So I think you have really enlightened us. We have got insight on really so many aspects of translation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would like to request Head of the Department of Marathi, Dr. Jeevan Tare, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. This seminar is being organized by the Department of Languages. यानंतर मी आपले मराठी विभाग प्रमुख डॉक्टर जीवन तारे यांना विनंती करते की त्यांनी आभार प्रदर्शन, इनॉग्रल सेशनचं आभार प्रदर्शन करावे.
धन्यवाद मॅडम.
जीवन तारे.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. हॅलो मॅडम.
हॅलो.
हो ऐकू येत आहे.
RS मुंडले धर्मपेठ कला व वाणिज्य महाविद्यालयातील भाषा विभागाच्या वतीने आभासी पद्धतीने घेण्यात आलेल्या न्यू ट्रेंड्स इन ट्रान्सलेशन स्टडीज या राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्राच्या उद्घाटन सत्रामध्ये उद्घाटक म्हणून सहभागी झालेले सन्माननीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर CG व्यंकटेश मूर्ती यांनी आपल्या समृद्ध वाणीने उत्कृष्ट मार्गदर्शन केलं. त्याबद्दल त्यांचे मनपूर्वक आभार मानतो. उद्घाटकीय सत्राला बीजभाषक म्हणून लाभलेले प्रमुख वक्ते, साहित्याचे तत्वचिंतक, गाडे अभ्यासक आदरणीय डॉक्टर पंचानन मोहंती यांनी भाषेचे महत्त्व आणि भाषांतर यावर विस्तृत असं विवेचन केलं. त्याबद्दल त्यांचे मनापासून धन्यवाद मानतो. धर्मपेठ शिक्षण संस्थेचे आणि उपरोक्त सत्राचे अध्यक्ष साहित्य रसिक आदरणीय ॲडव्होकेट उल्हासजी औरंगाबादकर सरांनी पालकत्वाची भूमिका नेहमी यशस्वीरित्या पार पाडत असतात. त्याबद्दल त्यांचे कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करून त्यांच्या ऋणातच राहू इच्छितो. महाविद्यालयाच्या हितचिंतक प्राचार्य डॉक्टर तनुजा नाफडे यांनी पाहुण्यांचे स्वागत करून उद्बोधन केले. त्याबद्दल त्यांचे सुद्धा मनापासून आभार मानतो. ज्यांनी प्रमुख वक्ते यांचा परिचय करून दिला, संयोजक तारिक खान यांचे सुद्धा आभार मानतो. उपरोक्त चर्चासत्राचे मुख्य संयोजक आणि सूत्रबद्ध पद्धतीने सूत्रसंचालन करणाऱ्या डॉक्टर मंजुश्री सरदेशपांडे मॅडम यांचेही आभार मानतो, ज्यांनी चर्चासत्र घडवून आणण्यासाठी सहकार्य केले ते डॉक्टर मंगेश पाठक सर यांचे सुद्धा मनापासून आभार मानतो. आभासी पद्धतीने घेण्यात आलेल्या चर्चासत्रामध्ये सहभागी झालेले प्राध्यापक विद्यार्थी या सर्वांचे मनपूर्वक आभार मानतो. ज्यांनी प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्षरित्या सहकार्य केले त्यांचे सुद्धा मनापासून आभार मानतो आणि धन्यवाद. थँक्यू मॅडम.
धन्यवाद सर. इसके बाद हाँ थैंक यू सर
और नमस्कार.
नमस्कार सर. नमस्कार सर. यस. इसके बाद हम पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का हमारा सत्र होगा और पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का सत्र इसके लिए मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर मंगेश पाठक. मंगेश पाठक हमारे RS मुंडे धर्मपेट आर्ट्स एंड कॉमर्स कॉलेज के संस्कृत के विभाग प्रमुख हैं. मैं मंगेश पाठक सर को इसके आगे का सूत्र संचालन के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ. मंगेश पाठक सर से निवेदन है कि वे तारिक खान जी इसके चेयरपर्सन होंगे, अध्यक्षता करेंगे इस सत्र का. उनका परिचय करें और इस सत्र को संभालें. थैंक यू सर. ओवर टू मंगेश.
आप जा सकते हैं.
धन्यवाद मैडम. नमस्सभायै सभापतिभ्यश्च नमः. Welcome all of you. I am Mangesh. I welcome you for this paper presentation session. First, I introduced to the chairman of this session, Dr. Tariq Khan. Dr. Tariq Khan, young and enthusiastic and dynamic person. He is a lecturer and JRO, means Junior Research Officer in CIL, Central Institute of Indian Languages, as well as he officer in charge of NTM, National Translation Mission. He participated 36 plus conferences. He delivered lecture and talk 27 plus talks deliver. Membership of national and international organization 6. He completed 5 professional development courses. Publication 17 research paper has published and 9 books, 9 edited journals are published, 8 edited books are published. So I request Dr. Tariq Khan to come and take a charge of chairman of this session. Thank you, sir.
First, I invite Mangesh. Thank you so much for a very generous introduction, and it is our pleasure to get into the academic session now. For this session, we have 4 papers to be presented, and the presentations are in English and Marathi. The first paper to be presented in this session for the first paper, I would like to invite Dr. Kavita Hole, yes, from Nagpur, and she will be discussing Pragya Chakshu Gulabrao Maharaj Krit Ishwar Darshanam Ya Sutra Granthache Marathi Bhashyantar. This is the title of her paper. In addition to her, there are 3 more presenters, including Sangeeta Ghodke from Pune, Ayub NK from Hyderabad, and Mallana Birdar from Mallana Birdar from Mudde Bhai, I guess from Gujarat, if I'm not wrong. So I request the presenters to sequence their presentations one after another, And once we hear them all, we'll be taking the questions in connection with their presentations. So I request the first speaker, Dr. Kavita Hole, to start presenting now. Thank you.
थँक्यू सर. माझा पेपर मराठीत आहे. या सत्राचे अध्यक्ष श्री तारिक खान आणि इथे सगळे जमलेले अकॅडमिशियन्स सगळे, त्यांना सगळ्यांना नमस्कार करते आणि मी माझ्या निबंध प्रस्तुतीला आरंभ करते. मंगेश पाठक सर, माझा आवाज येतो व्यवस्थित?
हो मॅडम, येतो आहे.
धन्यवाद. प्रज्ञाचक्षु गुलाबराव महाराज कृत ईश्वर दर्शनम या सूत्र ग्रंथाचे मराठी भाषांतर या विषयावर मी माझा शोध निबंध सादर करते आहे. सर्वप्रथम ईशवंदना करून प्रारंभ करते आहे. सदाशिव समारंभाम शंकराचार्य मध्यमाम अस्मद आचार्य पर्यंताम वंदे गुरु परंपरा. सर्वप्रथम या निबंधाचे उद्दिष्ट अर्थात सूत्रग्रंथाचे ईश्वर दर्शनम या सूत्रग्रंथाचं भाषांतर करून त्याचा अध्ययन करणे असं आहे. यासाठी मी समीक्षणात्मक पद्धतीचा अवलंब केलेला आहे आणि याचे महत्वाचे शब्द म्हणजे प्रज्ञाचक्षु, ईश्वर दर्शनम, सूत्र, ब्रह्मसूत्र. सर्वप्रथम थोडं प्रज्ञाचक्षु गुलाबराव महाराजांविषयी मी थोडं सांगू इच्छिते की गुलाबराव महाराज हे 20व्या शतकातील एक थोर विभूती आहेत. ऋतंबर प्रज्ञेचा एक मनोज्ञ आविष्कार म्हणजे वैदर्भीय संत प्रज्ञाचक्षु गुलाबराव महाराज. प्रज्ञाचक्षु म्हणण्याचं कारण सतेज डोळे असणारे आणि हसतमुख असणारे एक बालक वयाच्या अवघ्या 9व्या महिन्यात ज्यांचे डोळे येतात आणि त्यांचे डोळे जातात, अर्थात ते कायमचे डोळे हरवून बसले. जगाच्या दृष्टीने तर बालकाचे जीवनच व्यर्थ झाले, परंतु प्रज्ञेचे चक्षु त्यांना लाभले. त्यामुळेच या जगाचेच नाही तर पारलौकिक सत्य स्वतः समजून इतरांना समजून देणाऱ्या श्री गुलाबराव महाराजांनी अनेक डोळसांना मार्ग दाखवून परमध्येयाचे दर्शन घडविले. आध्यात्मिक क्षेत्रात असाधारण अधिकार असणाऱ्या या संत पुरुषाने अनेक विषयांवर महत्वपूर्ण लिखाण केले. इसवी सन 1881 ते इसवी सन 1915 हा केवळ 34 वर्षांचा महाराजांचा कालखंड. बालांध अशा त्यांच्या या प्रतिभा संपन्न प्रज्ञेचा अक्षर आविष्कार पाहिला म्हणजे मन आश्चर्यानं थक्क होतं. त्यांच्या विवेचनाची खोली, तर्कशुद्धता, शास्त्रपूर्णता आणि स्वयंप्रज्ञता पाहून त्यांचं प्रज्ञाचक्षुत्व आपल्याला कळतं. आपल्या अल्पायुष्यात त्यांनी संस्कृत, मराठी, हिंदी, वराडी आणि ब्रज भाषेतून एकूण 140 ग्रंथांची निर्मिती केली आहे. एकूण 7000 छापील पानं, 2500 अभंग, 1250 गीते, 23,000 श्लोक, 23,000 ओव्या, 2500 पदे आणि 1000 श्लोक एवढी साहित्य संपदा महाराजांच्या सिद्ध प्रज्ञेतून उदयास आली आहे आणि ती 20 यष्टींमध्ये प्रकाशित झालेली आहे. यष्टी हे नाव देण्याचं कारण म्हणजे जसं काठी आंधळा, ते स्वतः आंधळे असल्यामुळे आंधळ्याची काठी म्हणून यष्टी असं नाव त्यांनी त्यांच्या संपूर्ण प्रकाशित ग्रंथांना दिलेलं आहे. त्यांनी 9 सूत्र ग्रंथांची निर्मिती केलेली आहे. आता सूत्र ग्रंथ म्हणत असताना पहिल्यांदा सूत्र म्हणजे काय हे आपण थोडक्यात बघितलं तर आपल्याला त्याची कल्पना येईल. वायुपुराणात सूत्राची परिभाषा अशी सांगितली आहे: अल्पाक्षरम असंदिग्धम सारवत विश्वतोमुखम अस्तोभमनवद्यंच सूत्रम सूत्रविदो विदुः. अर्थात अत्यंत कमी अक्षर असणारं, संदेहरहित, सार स्वरूप, निरंतरता असलेलं त्रुटीहीन कथन म्हणजे सूत्र. थोडक्यात सूत्र म्हणजे कमीत कमी शब्दात सांगितलेलं पद किंवा वचन ज्यात खूप मोठा आणि गूढ अर्थ दडलेला असतो. सूत्र म्हणजे एक असं सांकेतिक पद किंवा शब्द ज्यात एखादी वस्तू निर्मिती किंवा कार्य करण्याचा मूळ सिद्धांत, प्रक्रिया इत्यादीचं संक्षिप्त विधान निहित असतं. अशा कुठल्या तरी माहितीचा उद्गम किंवा सूचना त्यातून मिळत असतं असं ते सूत्र. आणि अनेक अशी एक गोष्ट ज्याच्या आधारे दुसऱ्या गोष्टीची, घटनेची किंवा रहस्यांची उकल होऊ शकते. जसं पतंजलीचं योगसूत्र, पाणिनींची अष्टाध्यायी. सूत्र साहित्यात छोटे छोटे परंतु सारगर्भित वाक्य असतात, जे परस्परांशी जुळलेले असतात. यात पारिभाषिक आणि तांत्रिक शब्द वापरले जातात, जेणेकरून गूढातील गूढ ही गोष्ट संक्षेपात परंतु स्पष्टपणे सांगितलेली असते. असं म्हटलेलं आहे की अर्धमात्रा लाघवेन पुत्र जन्मोत्सव मन्यन्ते वैयाकरणाः. व्याकरण सूत्रात अर्धी मात्रा जरी कमी झाली तरी वैयाकरणांना पुत्र जन्मोत्सवाप्रमाणे आनंद होतो. इतकं या सूत्रांचं महत्व आहे. प्राचीन काळी सूत्र साहित्याचे महत्व याच्यासाठी होतं की अधिकांश ग्रंथ कंठस्थ करण्याच्या ध्येयाने रचले जात होते आणि म्हणून त्यांचं संक्षिप्त असणं अतिशय उपयोगी होतं. कधी कधी तर सूत्र अत्यंत संक्षिप्त असत की त्यांचा अर्थ पण लागत नसे. मग नंतर म्हणूनच त्या सूत्रांवर भाष्य व्हायला लागली, टीका लिहिल्या जाऊ लागल्या आणि हे जे भाष्य जे होते ते सूत्रांची व्याख्या करीत असत. वेदांगांमध्ये जसं शिक्षा सूत्र, फोनेटिक्स, छंद, मॅट्रिक्स, व्याकरण म्हणजे ग्रामर, निरुक्त म्हणजे इटिमॉलॉजी, ज्योतिष, ऍस्ट्रॉलॉजी आणि कल्प म्हणजे रिच्युअल्स, हे जे वेदांग आहेत त्याच्या म्हणजे या कल्पामध्ये मग नंतर श्रौत सूत्र, स्मार्त सूत्र, गुरुरीय सूत्र, धर्मसूत्र, शुल्ब सूत्र वगैरे यांचा अंतर्भाव होतो. हा मोठा इतिहास आहे. असो, इतिहासाचा आज काही माझा विषय नाही आहे. तर जसं मी सांगितलं की महाराजांनी 9 सूत्र ग्रंथ लिहिलेली आहेत. त्याच्यापैकी एक म्हणजे हे ईश्वर दर्शन. या ईश्वर दर्शन या सूत्र ग्रंथामध्ये एकूण 301 सूत्रे आहेत आणि हा ग्रंथ अपूर्ण स्वरूपातच उपलब्ध आहे. बादरायण व्यास महर्षींच्या ब्रह्मसूत्रांमध्ये 4 अध्याय आणि त्याच्या प्रत्येक पादात 4 अध्याय, 4 पाद, 192 अधिकरण आणि 535 सूत्र असे त्याचं विभाजन आहे. त्याचंच अनुसरण करीत या ग्रंथात देखील गुलाबराव महाराजांनी ईश्वर विचार करण्याची कल्पना केली. परंतु कालवशात 2 अध्याय आणि 4 पादच याच्यासाठी उपलब्ध होऊ शकतात. बादरायण महर्षींनी 4 अध्यायांना समन्वय, अविरोध, साधन आणि फल अशी नावं दिलेली आहेत. तर गुलाबराव महाराजांनी प्रथम अध्यायाला सिद्धाध्याय आणि द्वितीय अध्यायाला अलात परिवर्तन असे नाव दिलेले आहे. उपलब्ध ग्रंथात द्वितीय अध्यायाच्या प्रथम पादाच्या समाप्तीनंतर या पादात मीमांसापर आणखी काही सूत्रे घालावयाची आहे अशी टिप्पणी आपल्याला त्यात दिसून येते. याचा जो प्रथम अध्यायाचा प्रथम पाद आहे सामान्य सिद्धी, या पहिल्या अध्यायात ब्रह्मसूत्रांच्याच क्रमाने गुलाबराव महाराजांनी विषयाची मांडणी केलेली आहे. ईश्वर आराधनाची जिज्ञासा मनुष्याने केली पाहिजे म्हणून अथातो ईश्वर आराधन जिज्ञासा अशा या प्रथम सूत्राने महाराजांनी आपल्या मधुरा भक्ती संप्रदायाचे बीजारोपण केलेले आहे. आणि या पहिल्या सूत्रापासूनच त्याचं तात्पर्य असं सांगितलेले आहे की मनुष्याने ईश्वराची भक्ती जाणली पाहिजे, कारण ईश्वरच या जगताचे कारण आहे, शास्त्राचे कारण आहे आणि याच्यातच सर्व शास्त्रांचा समन्वय होतो. उपनिषदांमध्ये ईश्वराच्या संकल्पनेतून सृष्टी सांगितली आहे आणि ती संकल्पना जड प्रकृतीची नाही. ती संकल्पना ईश्वराच्या संदर्भात गौण होऊ शकत नाही, कारण ईश्वराच्याच भक्तीत निष्ठा ठेवणाऱ्या साधकाला मोक्ष मिळतो आणि ईश्वरच या सर्व उपनिषदांमध्ये समान रूपात सांगितलेला आहे. या उपनिषदांमध्ये अनेक वेळा आनंदमय शब्दाच्या उल्लेखाने ईश्वरच आनंदमय आहे हे स्पष्ट होते. शब्द या ईश्वराची उपाधी आहे एवढं सांगितल्यानंतर पहिल्या पादाची समाप्ती झालेली आहे. ब्रह्मसूत्रांमध्ये पहिल्या पादात 32 सूत्र उपलब्ध आहे आणि गुलाबराव महाराजांनी पहिल्या पादात 10 सूत्रांनी सामान्य सिद्धी दाखवलेली आहे. परंतु महाराजांचाच एक दुसरा ग्रंथ आहे पुराण मीमांसा. त्या ग्रंथात मात्र 31 सूत्रांमध्ये या ईश्वर स्वरूपाचा निर्णय केलेला आहे. आणि हा ग्रंथ त्याचं एक छोटं स्वरूप आहे, म्हणून कदाचित त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी 10 सूत्रांमध्ये सगळं संपवलं असावं. संकलन सिद्ध पाद या दुसऱ्या पादात 16 सूत्रांमध्ये स्वतंत्र रूपाने सूत्र रचना केलेली आहे. यात ईश्वरावर कर्त्याचा आरोप केला जातो आणि ईश्वर मायेयुक्त असूनही स्वतंत्र आहे. ईश्वराला लक्ष्याचे ज्ञान असल्याने त्याच्यात वैषम्य आणि नैर्घृण्य दोष नाहीत. हा विचार ब्रह्मसूत्रांच्याच वैषम्य नैर्घृण्ये न सापेक्षत्वात तथाही दर्शयती या सूत्रामध्ये दिसून येतो. यापुढे या पादात मीमांसा, न्याय, सांख्य, योग, वेदांत यांचा परामर्श घेतलेला आहे. वेदांतावर हा ग्रंथ आधारित असल्यामुळे संपूर्ण मीमांसा, न्याय, सांख्य, योग आणि वेदांत याच्या दृष्टीने हा परामर्श घेतलेला दिसतो आहे. नैयायिकांनी अलौकिक रूपात ईश्वराची सिद्धी केलेली आहे. अस्ति हेतुर अलौकिकः. गुलाबराव महाराज त्यांना इथे अवैदिक म्हणतात आणि त्यांनी ईश्वराच्या सार्वकालिक शक्तीला तोडणार असे म्हटलेले आहे. अलौकिक अंगीकार प्रतिज्ञा हानिभ्याम आपन्ना अवैदिकः आणि सार्वकालिक शक्ती भंगिनो अपि असं ते म्हणतात. वैयाकरणांविषयी गुलाबराव महाराज म्हणतात, स्फोटाचा आश्रय घेतल्याने वैयाकरण नष्ट चेतन आहे आणि स्फोटान नष्ट चेतना शाब्दिका. सांख्य दर्शनाविषयी ते म्हणतात की लक्षैक मात्रा हा सांख्य हा. सांख्य लक्ष मात्र दृष्टी आहे. अर्थात हे सांख्य प्रकृतीत आणि पुरुष तत्वाच्या संयोगाने विश्व निर्माण सांगत पुरुषासाठी प्रकृतीचा प्रभाव नसणेच पुरुषासाठी कैवल्य आहे आणि अशा या सांख्य दर्शनाला ते लक्षैक मात्र असं ते म्हणतात. एकत्वादी सिद्धिपाद हा तो जो प्रथम अध्यायाचा 3रा पाद आहे, त्याच्यात 15 सूत्र आहे आणि त्याच्यात त्यांनी असं सांगितलेलं आहे की शास्त्राच्या आधारे ईश्वर हा एकच प्रतीत होतो. अनेक रूप केवळ प्रतीती आहे. ईश्वराला एक मान्यताच लाभ आहे. जसे अंतःकरण एक असूनही त्याच्या कार्याने त्याला चित्त, मन, बुद्धी, अहंकार अशी नावे देतात. ईश्वर सत्य शुद्ध सत्व आहे आणि तो आपल्या अंशरूपी जीवाने एक असत नाही. जसा सूर्य समुद्राच्या लाटांमध्ये अनेक रूपात प्रतिबिंबित होतो तरी सुद्धा स्वयं वेगळाच असतो, तसाच ईश्वर आहे. हे अदृश्य इत्यादी धर्म असल्याने व्यापक आहे. सर्वांच्या अंतर्यामी असल्याने त्याचे दोष ईश्वराला लागत नाही. ईश्वर शक्ती मात्र नाही आणि परस्पर विरोध दिसला तर वाच्यार्थ आणि लक्षार्थाच्या रूपात 2 अर्थ घेतल्याने विरोध उरणार नाही. लक्ष शक्ताभ्याम अविरोधः असं ते म्हणतात. उपाधी सोडल्याने जीव व ईश्वरात साम्य राहील याला भागलक्ष्मी लक्षणेने अद्वैतातही स्पष्ट केलेले आहे. व्यक्ताव्यक्त सिद्ध पाद हा जो 4था पाद आहे त्याच्यात 58 सूत्र आहेत आणि त्यातही त्यांनी विवर्त म्हणजे ज्यात कोणत्याही अधिष्ठानावर दुसऱ्याचा आरोप केला जातो. व्यक्त ईश्वरस अनध्यस्त विवर्त आहे. व्यक्त शौक्य सीमावान इव अनध्यस्त विवर्त हा जो त्यांचा एक मोठा संकल्पना आहे ती त्यांनी स्पष्ट केलेली आहे. हा पूर्ण वेदांतावर आधारित ग्रंथ आहे. खूप वेदांत पाजळत बसली कदाचित तर हा आपला ट्रान्सलेशनचा विषय, पण हा वेदांताचा थोडा भाग असल्यामुळे मला हे सांगणं इथे भाग आहे असं मला वाटतं. त्याच्यानंतर निरीश्वर खंडन नावाचा जो 2रा अध्यायाचा प्रथम पाद आहे त्याच्यामध्येही चार्वाकादी काही अवैदिक, सांख्यादी काही वैदिक ईश्वराला मानत नाही. त्यांच्यानुसार सृष्टी, प्रलय इत्यादी मध्ये ईश्वराची आवश्यकता नाही. त्याचे खंडन करताना गुलाबराव महाराजांनी या पादाचा आरंभ केलेला आहे. ईश्वर आहे कारण त्याच्यापासून सृष्टीची रचना शक्य आहे. तो सत्पदार्थ आहे. त्यासाठी दुसरे प्रमाण नाही. ईश्वराचे ज्ञान झाले किंवा नाही तरी सुद्धा ईश्वराचे अस्तित्व नाकारता येत नाही. ज्ञाते अज्ञाते खंडन असंभवात त्याचे ज्ञान झाले नाही तर तो आपला दोष नाही, कारण तो जाणणारा आहे, तोच ईश्वर आहे, त्याचा निषेध
Dr.
शक्य नाही.
Kavita, I request you to please conclude so that we have sufficient time for other presenters also.
Yes, sir.
We have already lost some time, so please conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes. मुझे यही कहना है, मला हे सांगायचं आहे की छोट्या छोट्या या सूत्रांमधून त्यांनी खूप मोठा आशय आपल्याला सांगितला आहे. त्याची आपण ब्रह्मसूत्रातून त्याचे हे घेतले, त्याचे संदर्भ घेतले तर ते आपल्याला सहजपणे लागू शकतात. थोडक्यात मी त्याला करू शकते की ईश्वराचा साक्षात्कार होण्यासाठीच या सूत्र ग्रंथाची प्रवृत्ती झालेली आहे, परंतु या ग्रंथाचे प्रयोजन ब्रह्मज्ञान नसून ज्ञानोत्तर भक्तीचे शास्त्र जाणल्यानंतर भगवंताचे परमप्रेम मिळावे यात आहे. अथा तो ईश्वर आराधन जिज्ञासा. जिज्ञासा कशाची आहे तर ईश्वराच्या आराधनेची, म्हणजेच भक्तिशास्त्राची. आणि या पहिल्या पादात ईश्वराची सामान्य सिद्धी केलेली दिसते आणि दुसऱ्या सर्व दर्शनांचा संकलनात्मक सिद्धांत दुसऱ्या पादात त्यांनी मांडलेला आहे. ईश्वर अनेक नसून एकच असल्याची सिद्धी त्यांनी तिसऱ्या पादात केलेली आहे. चौथ्या पादात ईश्वरच व्यक्त आणि अव्यक्त म्हणजे सगुण आणि निर्गुण झालेले आहे आणि निर्गुण ब्रह्मच रामकृष्णादी सगुण रूपाने प्रतीत होतो. व्यक्त आणि अव्यक्ताचे ऐक्य प्रतिपादन यात केलेली आहे. आणि त्यानंतर निरीश्वरवादाचं समूळ आणि सोपपत्ती खंडन त्यांनी केलेलं आहे. आणि त्यांनी सगळ्यात मुख्य म्हणजे की त्यांनी भगवत आज्ञारूप विहित धर्माचं पालन करण्यास सांगितलं आहे आणि शेवटी जीव आणि ईश यांचं ऐक्य प्रतिपादित केलेलं आहे. नास्तिक दर्शनांचं फक्त एक मिनिट सर, की नास्तिक दर्शनांचं खंडन केलेलं आहे आणि ईश्वराची सिद्धी केलेली आहे आणि जीवाचे स्वरूप या ग्रंथात विशेष रूपाने सांगितलेले आहे. अशा प्रकारे छोट्या छोट्या सूत्रांमधून, अतिशय छोट्या अशा सूत्रांमधून महाराजांनी आपले विचार मांडलेले आहेत. ब्रह्मसूत्र, उपनिषद, मीमांसा इत्यादी ग्रंथांची मदत घेऊन या सूत्राचे मराठी भाषांतर करण्याचा मी प्रयत्न केलेली आहे. मी माझा हे पेपर इथे संपवते आहे. आपण दिलेल्या संधीबद्दल धन्यवाद. धन्यवाद तारिक सर.
Thank you, madam, for concluding on our request. And now we shall move to the next presenter, for which I request Srimati Professor Sangeeta T. Ghodke, PDEA BG College, Sangvi, Pune, with a request to present the main findings of her paper so that there is time for discussion also. Over to Professor Sangeeta.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
And you are visible also. Your slides are also.
Yeah. My slide is ready.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Manjushri, my friend Dr. Manjusha Sardeshpande madam, and the Department of Languages of Dharampet College also, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. It is in English. The title of my presentation is Translating Across the Borders, Humans versus Machines. First initial part I would like to read. Humans will never stop their pursuit of excellence in science and technology to enhance their lives. Automation has now entered into translation business too, and has made it very easy to translate any text into several languages in a fraction of seconds. More recently, animated translation software has been able to create an animated language for deaf and dumb. They can easily communicate with their family and friends through this language. It is now proved that it is difficult to predict the future of translation beyond 2030. Turning to the initiation part of translation, Let us have a brief review of our initiation into translation. A translation needs to know two languages. One, the mother tongue, and the second language would be official or lingua franca. Further, we studied word classics or English literature in translation during our undergraduate studies when we chose English as our major. Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, Dante's Divine Comedy, Flaubert's Madame Bovary, and such other classics, mostly in Greek and Latin, captivated our emotional and intellectual world. German philosopher Goethe was full of praise for Kalidasa's Abhijat Shakuntalam, which was originally written in Sanskrit. If it would not have been translated in German, Goethe would not have praised the beauty of the text. We were introduced to Indian literature in English, a translation where we read a few texts from Indian regional languages during our masters. Savitribai Phule Pune University Pune has introduced two courses in translation to MA students. The first one is translation, theory and application, and the second one is Indian literature in English translation. All religious books, including the Bible, has been translated into almost all languages of the world. Translation boomed till the last decades of 20th century and offered jobs that created a demand for experts. Translating for the Oxford Press used to be a prestigious assignment for professional translators. Many experts made their lives in translation. Today, machine translation is widely used as it saves time and money and calls for a use of human talent and intelligence in multiple domains. Machine translation is used now in all professional and business sectors. It has also assisted decoding secret messages for security purposes. So this is about just an introduction of the paper. Now turning to recap of the present subject or the theme of the conference, that is translation. Here are a few definitions and few quotes. I think if time is you are not allowed me to take a full 15 minutes, then I would like to skip this introductory part or theory of translation. The session agenda is I would like to talk on why translation first, then I would turn to translation by humans and translation by machines. Advantages: there are no disadvantages from human translation. There are a few, but better than machine translation, and advantages and disadvantages of machine translation. And last but not the least, summary and conclusion. Now turning to why translation. To facilitate access to communication. It is an access to several other cultures, several other civilizations, and several other nations. So it is a cross-border communication to gain deep knowledge of structure. If you want to learn language wholeheartedly and the structure of language, then one should go for translation. It is a better chance and opportunity to learn language also. Then if you are searching for job opportunities, then also translation is a very good source. You can have jobs in courts, newspapers, textbook writing bureaus, publishing houses, parliaments, and industries, etc. You can develop your linguistic competence also through translation, and there are such other benefits of translation. Now, turning to this particular screenshot, I took interview of Mary Eve Racity from Ottawa, Canada. She is a brilliant translator and interpreter, and now at present she is working with Canadian government. We met in one of the international conferences at Netherlands. I really liked her paper, and I just requested her to give an interview. And then she gave a brilliant interview. One can go through it. The link is provided in my paper and here also in the end. So one just a small bite from that interview I would like to give. The question was, translation is known as second-hand experience and is close to adaptation. What is your opinion? She answered it brilliantly. She said, true, quote, a translation cannot be 100% original, not for nothing, nothing do the Italians have the saying, traduttore traditore. That does mean translator is a traitor. In other words, the very act of translating a text is betraying the author's thought and work. This is inevitable. A language is a reflection of a culture, and you cannot take a culture and drop it into another culture intact. In fact, there are endless debates on how to translate. Should you remain as faithful as possible to the original, at the risk of alienating or at least perplexing the audience in the target language? Or should you adapt the text so that your target audience will understand and appreciate it as if it had been written in that language in the first place, but at the risk of changing the original message? These are two different schools of thought, both of which have their points. I have no opinion on the subject. I just try to always read books in their original language, and I sit on the fence when it comes to translating. So this is very appropriate when you compare human translation to machine translation. Here is the answer. Now, turning to human translation, these are the advantages. It gives maximum accuracy. Then you can translate it, not only it is a literal translation, but it is contextual translation also. Another advantage of human translation is human can translate it creatively. One can understand idiomatic differences of both the languages as an expert in translation and then go for translation. One can find suitable alternative if literal translation is difficult. Literal translation is difficult, then you can go for contextual translation. You can interpret it creatively also. Another very important aspect is you can apply your life situations and experiences, and then you express the given source text. Very important thing is human translators will damage the original text in a minimum sense if he is or she is working on translation. And last but not the least is human translator not only transfer the information, but he tries to transfer civilization, cultures and thoughts. Turning to machine translation, here are some advantages. It is also known as automatic translation. So what is it? Nowadays, day and night, computer experts are working to make a better software that will be better in method, systems, and software. It is bilingual and multilingual at a time. You can translate one text into several languages. This is the advantage. Another is it is cheap and time saving, definitely, and at the same time it can definitely go for confidentiality also. It is a blessing for large volume as humans can translate only 2,000 words per day, but machines do limitless job, beneficial for quick understanding of. Now business sectors and professionals, they go for machine translation because they have nothing to do with that creativity and all other things. They are just interested in the text, emails and their online charts, and so for them machine translation is a better source. It is faster in communication, so most of the business people, they go for it. Now let us turn to disadvantages. Very important thing is your data get hacked. Nowadays they are thinking of hacking human nervous system. So what do you think of data there? That problem is there not only with translation, but whatever you do online, data hacking problem is there. Then context is not taken into consideration. Machines are machines, how will they take context into consideration? And there the language is always with certain ambiguity. Machine has nothing to do with this ambiguity also. Another very the danger some experts are thinking about, that people may not go for learning many languages if machines are doing your brain's work. That is, let us see in future. Then regarding creativity, how can you create creativity with 1 and 0, that computer language? It is definitely not possible. Problems related to grammar, slang, typo, punctuation, long and complex sentences. Computer will not understand, software will not understand this. So at the end, quality gets suffered. Now turning to some of the softwares, they are there online. You can go, Google Translate is very popular amongst us, and here are some, Triplingo is for if you want to travel abroad, if you want to go for Europe, you can just have Triplingo with you. You can have the information of that particular country. It is available in most of the European languages. Then there are some Russian apps also, through which if you are in Russia, you can use that app and you can understand Russian also. Then Korean, Japanese, and Chinese, that software is also there. If you want to go there, just use that translator app and you put your text into it, immediately you will get the reply. So in a way, for just temporary and primary purposes, machine translation is okay. Here is the one which has newly, just 5-10 years back, it has been developed: automatic translate real time voice to sign language conversion for deaf and dumb people. So this is a very useful translation through which deaf and dumb people, they can communicate with their friends and parents. So this is in a way a blessing for these people. Now turning to, I myself translated some uh, just a small scale translation. I have gone through, I did it as a translator, and being a research guide, these are the three dissertations of my MPhil students. I have selected just one quote from them. Here is Toshada Shahapure. They did MPhil under YCMOU, and translation was accepted as a dissertation. So here is a Marathi quote: महारा मांगाची करते मी सेवा, आवडीच्या देवा स्मरुनिया, किंवा ऐसा बोध देती अनुभवे ज्योती, मनात ठेविती सावित्री मी. Now the translation is almost impossible. How can you translate mahar and mang? So what she did, she translated it in a sentence, not in a poem. I served the Mahar Mang, that is untouchables, by remembering my favorite god, that is my husband Jyotiba. Here is one example. Another student of mine was Rajeshri Henry. Look at this Hindi text. सपनों का चक्रव्यूह तुम ठीक कह रही हो प्रज्ञा. हम सब एक ऐसे सपनों के चक्रव्यूह में फंस गए हैं जहां से निकलना असंभव सा लगता है. These were students at that time. So don't expect 100% accuracy in it. The way she translated, dream cycle, you're right, Pragya. We are caught in the cycle, in the circle of a dream where it seems impossible to get out. Now Chakravyuha is translated as circle. Turning to Jayasri Henry, another student of mine. One is doing PhD now in Pune University also. So she is translating Dalit text, Dalit autobiographies. So here हमारे पास भी अब प्रतिमान बदल रहे हैं. कुमरण करने गांव के तालाब में जाना था, दही हल्दी मिलाकर दुल्हन का स्नान करना, एक विवाह पूर्व आम और मह के वृक्ष की. Now look at this. This will be understood only by Indians. If you want to translate it into international language, it becomes really difficult. That person will not understand what exactly is going on. So culture, you are supposed to translate culture. These are these are the examples of human translations. So they can do it not exactly, but very similar to it. Now here is Nanesh. Yeah, Naneshwara's Avanga, Aji Soniya's Dinu, Ghanu for rhyming. And look at the translation. It has, it doesn't give a sense of Avangas. When here is one another poem, passage gets exactly translated, very similar to the original text. Now here is one notice I draft for my students, and here is a translation. Again, it is not accurate, that I wanted to. So here are some of the problems: stylistic, semantic, lexicosemantic, ungrammatical structures, all these problems. Turning to summing up my statement, I would like to quote Johra Labed. Her paper is available on internet, and the link is in my paper. And here also, what she says: the paper is about human versus machine translation, a comparative study. What she says: replacing human translation totally by machine translation is but a failure for the time being, since no machine translation that is capable of interpretation, let alone the fact of keeping the same effect, the source text leaves on the reader, if only the effect left by alienation and consonance, have how far machine translation spoils some of the aspects that only a human translation can maintain. And so to speak, the human translator is the only one to understand the different cultural, linguistic, and semantic factors to more or less faithfully render the same effect that is left in the source text, a text which requires language expertise in both languages. Given the fact that machine translation obeys the constraints of an artificial dictionary organized according to situation limitations set by the program designers, it remains only a tool that helps in very
Please.
simple translation activities as a preliminary step. So this is about the conclusion, and here are just two quotes through which I would conclude. Machine translation will displace only those humans who translate like machines. If you work like machine, then you will get replaced. There is no doubt. And here is one example. He is pregnant, she is pregnant. Machine will not understand the difference between he and she. So this is all about, here are some references, and this is a thank you slide. Okay.
Thank you. Sir. Deshpande madam.
येस, काय म्हणताय?
आपण पुढचं सुरू करायचं सेशन की राहिलेले दोन नंतर घ्यायचे?
सरांना विचारा तारीख सर.
तारीख सर, can you hear me?
Thank you, Professor Sangeeta. We have completed 2 papers only. There are 2 papers still remaining.
Sir,
we can take it in the session which we have.
I will request the organizers to allow the remaining 2 presentations to happen after the 2 plenary lectures.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Madam, over now, others 2 lectures will start. I would like to request Dr. Manjushri Sardeshpande madam to oversee. Sardeshpande madam.
Yes, thank you, Mangesh sir. And now we would start with our plenary session. And for that, I would like to invite Dr. Manju Dubey to introduce the resource person for the plenary session 1. Yes, Dr. Priyanka Tripathi ma'am. Over to Dr. Manju Dubey.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Manju Dubey is the librarian of R.S. Mully Dharampet Arts and Commerce College. A very, yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here this afternoon. Joining us today for this plenary session is a very amazing, dynamic, and confident resource person. It is indeed a pleasure, and it's an honor for us to introduce, to introduce Dr. Priyanka Tripathi ma'am, who is the special resource person for today's plenary session from IIT Patna. Dr. Priyanka Tripathi is an associate professor of English, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. She is also an awardee of prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fellowship for Doctoral Studies 2010-2011. She has more than 50 publications in reputed international and national journals, conferences, conference proceedings, and books. She has published with Indian Sahitya Academy, JIWS, Economic and Political Weekly, contemporary Asia. She has been invited at many places at resource person, as she has extensively worked in the areas of Indian writing in English, short fiction, gender and sexuality, literary censorship, and diaspora studies. She is also the section editor in Roop Katha Journal on interdisciplinary studies in humanities. Ma'am is also member of various reputed professional bodies like Indian Association of Commonwealth Literature and Language Studies, English Language Teachers Association of India, Forum for Teachers of English Language and Literature, Indian Society for Commonwealth Studies. Various winter and summer schools were organized under the able coordinatorship of Dr. Priyanka Tripathi ma'am. A number of short-term courses have been conducted by Dr. Tripathi at IIT Kharagpur. We look forward for a very excellent deliberation at this two-day national seminar jointly organized by NTM Mysore and RS Mundle Dharampet College. Now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Priyanka Tripathi ma'am. Over to you, Priyanka ma'am, for your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I must congratulate Department of Languages, RS Mundal Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, Nagpur, and National Translation Mission, Mysore, for jointly organizing this online national seminar on new trends in translation studies. I'm also particularly thankful to the conveners, Dr. Manjushri Sardeshpande and Dr. Tariq Khan, for inviting me to be part of this seminar. What I'm going to do primarily is talk a little bit about translation and culture. For when you bring in the term culture anywhere, what happens is that it starts opening up, in the absence of a better word, a Pandora's box. And I recently, so I'll begin with something that I did recently, which I was wanting to do for a long time. But and the kind of difficulties I faced there, and how I now know that probably what translation theories, when they bring in the nuances from translation in practice, how do those two mergers take place, and where are the fissures of those mergers? So this was this short story called Quarantine, Plague and Quarantine, originally published in 1938 by Rajinder Singh Bedi, written originally in Urdu, but I translated with Dr. Umesh Kumar from BHU, who's the next speaker. So I did that with him, and when we were doing that, we thought, in the context of contemporary times, where we are dealing with COVID-19, the global pandemic, it was appropriate to suit this, to translate this particular short story. So we removed the word plague and made it quarantine, because there were a lot of quarantine centers happening at that point of time. Everybody was very pro, and we were fighting with the first wave of COVID-19, and then we did prune the title. But when we started reading and translating the whole short story, we were not able to translate quite a few words. And I now know what Harish Trivedi and Susan Bassnett talk about when they say that there are many words that will not find a way in translation, because it is just so culture specific that when you translate, it becomes kind of impossible to find a word, an appropriate word in translation. So in traditional discussions, of course, the crux of translation, it's said, is that language, in fact, is born out of that culture. Language is, in effect, a vehicle of this culture. So there were two particular words I will talk about here. One is the word Yamaraj, and the other word is the word Chuna. So when we talk about Yamaraj, in Hindu art, we know that he's often portrayed with green or blue skin, wearing red robes, with a vehicle that is a buffalo, and carries a mace or a rod, which is made part of sun and a noose, the latter symbolic of his or her role as catching of souls. So this particular word, Yamraj, brings in so many images that it cannot be compartmentalized into a combination of two words, death god. We can't do that. And therefore, I just retained the word Yamraj as it is. There was another word, which was tuna. A disinfectant powder I finally wrote in the glossary, but in the main text I just retained. We thought, I mean, I and Dr. Kumar had a very extensive discussion on this word, and because I also know Hindi, I said tuna can as well be tuna lagana, which is to deceive, to damage, to dupe, something like that. And I said that tuna has various meanings, and therefore we left the word tuna as it is and went on to put it in a glossary where we said it's going to be a disinfectant powder. So on that note, I will bring in the British sociologist Michelle Barrett, who feels that the politics of translation takes on a massive life of its own. If you see language as a process of meaning construction, for when we start giving meaning to language, we also start interpreting its culture, which is never similar for two demographies. In fact, diversity in the context of India cannot even be fathomed out by people who do not belong to this place. Because sometimes even within the same demographies, cultures may vary, and so it might lead to different kind of identity as well. So making sense of our culture that produces our identity with just the help of linguistic intervention may be a very myopic vision to begin with. So what is culture? So going by some of the popular definitions, we can talk about culture being defined as a way of life, consisting of different modes of given society, religion, values, tradition, habits, habitus, educational systems, family, social cultures, political and governmental hierarchies. And so, I mean, there are so many definitions of a culture that are prevalent. I just kind of merged quite a few and brought in. And even when I merge quite a few, I'm sure there are so many things that can be part of this culture. Like, say, for example, before COVID-19 happened, we didn't even know there was a concept of social distancing. But now everybody knows. The meaning of masks changed. So how do you, so culture is of course something that keeps on replenishing in itself with the way society changes. And therefore, what we were maybe an year earlier, the same vocabulary does not exist now. Apart from that, there is also the semantic definition when we say culture, where it becomes a kind of a set of semiotic systems, systems of meaning, all of which interrelate. That is what Halliday talks about. Therefore, what happens? This culture embraces all aspects of life in a community, and ways might be highly revered by the people who share them. Different cultures have different views on what constitutes moral and social behavior. Values tend to be absolute and immutable, and this in itself has a direct influence on culture. Now, translation, when we talk about translation, I'll go with the two texts that I'll deal here, but before that, when we talk about translations involving two languages and two cultures, while language is just the kind of a tip of the iceberg, culture brings in a kind of an integral part. And many a times, people who translate will tell you that translation cannot be achieved in the isolation of culture, because the very process of translation presupposes the contact between a minimum of two, if not more, cultures. And thus, it cannot help but be engaged in issues of how cultures interrelate. Now, in discussing this culture translation interface, the focus primarily is on translating words, phrases, expressions, which originate in a particular culture and are non-existent in another culture. even when I also teach communication in tech and tech classes. And when we go there and talk about communication, there are many times students come and they say that I do not know the language as fluently as I should. And what do I do to improve on our language? And most often than not, what we do is we kind of build in a confidence exercise, other associates or other coordinates around learning the language, and then get on to the language, because we constantly keep on telling them, yes, you might learn the language, but other nuances of communication are more, if not, equally important than language. So therefore, you work on that, and then of course, the language learning will follow. So there are, in fact, when we talk about translation strategies, one of the most important theorists who has gone on to talk about these translation strategies is Ferdinand Guerra, and you can research on his translation strategies and his classifications, when he talks about some 15 translation strategies: adaptation, borrowing, calcu, compensation, modulation, particular, so on, transposition. And then what happens is that within this categorizations, we see a kind of an overlap. They are not, despite categorizations and classifications, one can find that there is always an overlap of the translation strategies when it comes to practice. So while in theory they may be compartmentalized into 15 translation strategies, when it comes to practice, there is a merger, there is an overlap of one or two or more, and that is where the strategy of this whole translating process lies. So in the context of this presentation, I'll take up two narratives and they're women to negotiate the cultural context, politics of translation, and how, despite the similar stories, it echoes different pronunciation in different situations. First is, of course, both the texts that I talk about are very, very popular. One is The Breast Giver, originally by Mahashweta Devi, of course, translated in English by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. And the second one is Perumal Murugan's Madhuru Bhogan, translated in English as One Part Woman by Anirudh Vasudevan. So when we talk about these translations, Spivak says that it's a very intimate act of reading, and it is impossible for Spivak to translate despite knowing the language, despite knowing the context. She also writes that the translator earns the permission to transgress from the trace of the other before memory in the closest place of the self, which means that when it comes to the translating process, there is always quite a bit of the translator that goes into the translating process, which might sometimes impinge into what the original text was. She also writes that the translator earns, this while doing this intimate act of translating, it requires an utmost surrender to the source text, as it falls in the prime text of addressing the specificity of language to be translated. She identifies that the task of the translator to be prominently involved in inducing and carrying out the love between the source and target languages permits from fraying to transcreation in translation, and accommodates the agency of the translator and demands of the imagined communities. Like, if I just talk about quarantine, the story made way to us. It was maybe we would not have even read it before this pandemic came over, but it gave us a fresh perspective to read that short story, so much so that we were compelled in a way to translate it for a larger audience. So applying this norms of regular translation, where word-to-word translation is possible using connections, it tends to fail when it comes to translating the cultural rootedness, which is intrinsic to the writing. So when Gayatri Spivak was translating Mahashweta Devi, probably she would have practiced a similar routine wherein she glided effortlessly to the source text, practicing literal translation at many places, and also inserting her own interpreted elements to the translation. Spivak acknowledges the motive of social rendition in Mahashweta Devi's work and carries it forward within the translations too. She has, of course, you know that she has translated quite a few works of Mahashweta Devi, but I'm going to particularly talk about Breast Giver, which is Standayani from her translation. And it is generally believed that Mahashweta Devi's stories are not only about the surroundings that she belongs to, and she's trying to reciprocate, the marginalized women's voices. In fact, they are part of the grand narrative of the unspoken story, unspoken narrative, which is of the peripheral woman in the existing society. So she not only chooses women, she also chooses many times women who are from, who are marginalized in a way. So it tells the grand narrative of the unspoken story of these women for whom constructing, and for also what she does is to kind of give it a very authentic kind of a layering, an authentic kind of a narrative. She travels to these remote areas and gets an empirical understanding of harsh living of these indigenous masses. So it's a very method kind of, before even we came to the familiarity with the term method, right? The process of method in doing some act of creativity. She does this kind of method writing. So before she writes, probably she's already familiar with the culture or the society that she's going to represent in her writing. So what she does is she forms and leads a number of grassroots organizations to fight against domination for justice. So the process of writing is not just a process of writing, but it also is a kind of a sensitization process. So when Spivak translates her writings, there is certain amount of social responsibility to sensitize in a way that goes into the practice of translation. So additionally, what also happens in this writing is that a kind of a nativity is projected through cultural authenticity. And when she goes on to write about Standayani, it also becomes a kind of a parable. So many critics have written it about it as a parable after decolonization, where the protagonist, Jasoda, is a metaphorical representation of the concept of Mother India. So the tendency to sacrifice is the primordial aspect conferred to motherhood. Hence, an ideal mother is expected to render the assumingly inert or natural trait voluntarily. So in this particular short story, what happens is that Jasoda is a breast giver to the Haldar family, but when she becomes kind of old and is of no use, she is ruthlessly pushed from the pedestal presented to her by the traits of ideal motherhood. So the popular societal practice of weighing a woman's worth based on her motherly traits have been efficiently demonstrated in Standayani and very critically replicated in Breast Giver. So when Spivak was translating Standayani, she differed from the interpretation posed by Devi in a way, because upon analyzing Jasoda as a metaphoric representation of India after decolonization, it felt that her subalterness was reduced to a mere vehicle carrying a larger message. So what she did was that, contrary to the source text, Jasoda with its English translation as a professional mother is channelized towards a conditioned choice. So she adds this word professional, and therefore it halves the aspect of the modification reflective from the rhetoric of the source title. So the Marxist feminist approach is heightened at the instance when commodification gets negotiated with the idealistic assumptions of motherhood. So here intrudes the conceptual deity, who is negotiating factor that the source is, when we talk about Sningabohini, that is the word she uses, the deity as Singabohini, it is translated as lion seated, which is in English with no particular reverence. It might as well be something which might resonate to a certain extent, mockery. But what it does is it grants a suit a convenience. So, in the text, Mahashweta Devi uses proverbs that are startling in Bengali. Like for this particular word that I spoke about, which is translated as lion seated, they can be very startling in Bengali, and therefore the translator leaves that. She does not try to translate these hard bits of earthy wisdom, contrasting with class-specific access to modernity, also represented in the story. In fact, if true translations are read side by side, a critic says, the loss of the rhetorical silences of the original can be felt from one another. So the another text that I will quickly talk about is One Part Woman in English, translated by Aniruddha Vasudevan. So in this particular short story, what happened, novel, what happened that when it was originally published in Tamil, and the readers were familiar with the context, and therefore there wasn't much hue and cry. But when this came in English, it was banned to a very large extent. So One Part a Woman, when we talk about, is a story of a loving but a childless Gandhar couple, Purna and Kali, in the temple of Tiranjiko, and their eagerness to have a child, therefore. So Kali's mother informs Purna and Kali that their family has been cursed by Pavata, which is the female deity of the jungle, and therefore they should offer her sacrifice, etc., so that she can be pleased. They must also climb the Varadikal, which is barren woman's rock, as it is mentioned in the translation, located on the hills of Tirunjikote, to be blessed with a child. When all these attempts fail, she also suggests that Kali should send Purna to Ardhanarishwara temple on the 18th day of the chariot festival, when consensual sex by any woman and man is sanctioned. If you read the text, it says that all men who set their foot in Karatur on 18th day are gods. It is God who is giving this. Who knows which God comes with what face? It is the nature of gods not to reveal their faces. So this happens, and when we see that Purna decides to go to this temple, her husband is very much angry, and the novel kind of ends with that, but because he's unable to accept it as a ritual in which a man has to send his woman to an unknown man just for the sake of child, because while he was young, he had himself gone to the temple on the 18th day of the chariot festival, but he never thought of himself as God. He was also sure that Purna would not agree, and possibly when this happened, he was devastated. So when Murugan's novel came out, especially in English, not in Tamil, it was blamed to be disrespectful towards the women of Tamil society. And such accusations made his life a nightmare, because riding high on violence in the name of religion and cultural predilections, religious fundamentalist and caste supremacist created such controversy and agitation on Perumal Murugan's book that he had no choice but to announce on his Facebook page one almost Friday, I can say, his obituary, which stated, writer Perumal Murugan is dead. For someone, who had said once that I'm a writer first, I started teaching since I couldn't make a living out of writing, and writing is my jeevan, to to, to this time where he declares himself as dead was a very cadaverous kind of a situation. And therefore, in the domain of literature, when we talk about translation, at times it appears to be an inferior activity because it begins with the assumption that it lacked the merit of the original. However, there are quite a few approaches, especially one which I can think of right now is by Edward Gensler, who asserted that the role of translation in the present day context is very significant in signpost, and there were many signposts in theorizing the translation. So, but when we talk about these kind of meaning-changing dimensions of translation, we can only think of Derrida. So, I mean, one must, I think when we talk about these translation, what I wanted to bring in with these two examples, the one by Spivak and the one by Anuruddha Vasudevan, originally, of course, by Mahashweta Devi and Perumal Murugan. There is a kind of, if I can slightly appropriate, there is a kind of a, like what Strauss talks about, esoteric and esoteric. So the public and the secretive kind of reference that can be appropriate rubric for the interpretation of meaning in the given text. Because when we talk about culture, beneath these perceptible layers of language, you come across human emotions, misery, various conjectures related to caste, gender, culture, religion, and moral dictums that can be very much explored. So therefore, when we talk about these translations and their role in the academic body of writing, we know that at some point of time, while they establish a kind of a dialogue in a different language, what it also does is it challenges the rigid ideologies of one language and brings it into not only a different language, but also into the radical expression of the writer sometimes, or the cultural fluidities. So on that note, I think I'll end my presentation here, because there is where I believe that the nuances of the translations lie. And of course, there is much more that can be said in this context, but of course, for the paucity of time, I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka Tripathi. Actually, we really wished and wanted you to go on. The topic is really very interesting. And we all agree with you that translation really gives a different perception. We understand so many different cultures, so many different thoughts also. And you explained in a very lucid manner. You touched on the different, you touched on many important texts in translation, and explained how translation is a social responsibility. And you brought home many points of translation. We got insight into the understanding of the complexities and difficulties of translation. Actually, we really enjoyed the presentation which you have given, but we wanted to see you and we couldn't.
Was it my camera on?
I was going to tell you, but I think I could see that your video was on, but you were not visible. I don't know why, but
I don't know then. I mean, you should have just told me.
Oh,
it showed me. It showed me my video. I don't know
even
that is.
Yeah, and even I could see that your video was like it was showing it was on, but I was really in a fix. I couldn't understand.
When you said, I refreshed it, and then it came.
No, I was trying my level best to like see the other, because it was showing me on.
You should have just interrupted me, because these it didn't show me it didn't show me that it's like crossed when generally you are not visible. So
yeah, it was not.
Yeah, it showed me.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
But now we are able to see you. Yeah, now we are able to see you. So,
Thank you so much.
And,
I'm so sorry for the mishap.
No, it doesn't matter. And we look forward to many interesting sessions with you in future too. And thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much again, Professor Manjushri and Professor Tariq Khan for this opportunity. Thank you.
Ma'am. Yeah. And now we begin with our next plenary session, and where we have another dynamic resource person, Dr. Aditya Kumar Panda, with us. And to introduce our next resource person, I would like to invite Dr. Yogesh Nikam from R.S. Mundale Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, Department of English.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of R.S. Mundale Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, Nagpur, Department of Languages, and National Translation Mission, Mysore, I welcome you all to this online national seminar on new trends in translation studies. This is the second plenary session, and I take this opportunity to introduce the eminent resource person, respected Dr. Aditya Kumar Panda, sir. He will speak on the topic translation universals and individuality of the translated texts. Dr. Panda sir has been working at the National Translation Mission CIIL Mysore for the last 13 years. He's a PhD in the field of translation of terms and scientific communication. His research areas include translation studies, applied linguistics, and English language teaching. He has 22 research papers to his credit, specially focused on the theory and practice of translation, published in national and international journals. He has organized 21 intensive courses and translations for the translators, freshers, and teachers at CIIL Mysore. He has done academic interviews of Anthony Pym, Suzanne Pasnet, Douglas Robinson, and Jeremy Monday. All of these are the popular scholars in the field of translation studies. He is an assistant editor of the UGC Care listed biannual journal, Translation Today. He has translated M.N. Srinivasa's Caste in Modern India and other essays into Odia language. At present, he is translating Gisbert's Fundamentals of Sociology into Odia. So, dear friends, please join with me to welcome an erudite academician, expert in translation studies, linguistics, and a passionate teacher, respected Dr. Aditya Kumar Panda, sir. We heartily welcome you, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Panda, sir.
Thank you, Yogesh. Thank you, madam. I think I am audible, right?
You are audible, but again, your video is again not working, I think.
Actually, better to switch. I actually, from this end, there is a network issue.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's if I switch on video, then there will be problems in audio.
No. Okay. I thought we should not repeat the mistake which we had
Yes,
with
madam.
Priyanka. So
Right.
I just wanted to be careful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, madam. Yeah. Very happy to be a part of this national seminar on new trends on translation studies. After a long time, actually, I am a part of a seminar on translation, new trends on translation studies. Actually, we have been in this field. Actually, we also organize, we take part in seminars and but for the last 2 years, we only individually actually we are writing and we are discussing in academic platforms. Okay, so let's get at the business today. My today's the title.
Sir, we are not able to hear you.
Individuality of translated text. Yeah. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I have, see, when I was assigned, actually, I was wondering actually what to choose, and I choose something that is actually, a current topic in the field of translation studies, and that is translation universal. does that you can see, does the title sound something contrasting? Actually, see, we all are here, and you can feel that, see, the title is somewhere, it is translation universal, and the second, title goes individuality of translated. Doesn't it, sound something contrasting? Yes, and that's the phenomenon. We all are same, and at the same time, we all are different. All texts, are same, and at the same time, all texts are different. Do I sound something like a post-structuralist? I don't know, because I don't, go with post-structuralist, ideas on translation. As far as the practice of processing is concerned. So, what am I going to do? What am I going to discuss here? What am I, going to put forth here? Two aspects. One is to make you aware of some common features of translated text, as well as the differences. And second one, to give you the fact that as a translator, you share some common features with other translators, and your translation also shares the same. In other words, translations have common features and at the same time differences as well. I don't know how many of our participants are actually the translators. Some may be freshers, some may be experienced translators. So I have tried my best to include both fronts together, and I have analyzed this. So I have what I present actually. There is a full-page paper actually, and I will submit to Madam. And the thing is, my presentation will be full of questions, and I actually expect this session to be more interactive instead of one-sided, go on speaking and speaking. But let me try to match everything what I can do from my side. Because of these technical issues and internet issues, we cannot do whatever we want to. Okay, so the next question will be: does a translation exist? Fundamental question. Does a translation exist? How does it exist? How do we recognize a translation as a text as a translation? Well, what comes to your mind when you look at it? Translated text, words, sentences, processes, association. When I say text, words, sentences, process, and association, the first three highly linguistics. One is text, words, sentences, and the latter two aspects, that is process and association. Those refer to the mental process behind a translation. Thing is, if I now see, I will cite a paragraph here, and it is up to you to judge whether it is a translation or not. I see. Now I'm going to read out a text. The sky was full of stars. The moon, etc. A perfectly clear constellation of the 7 sages. If you can remember, if you have read this text, you can remember from which novel I have extracted this paragraph. This is a famous translated text, and both translator and the writer both are internationally popular. And the last line of this paragraph I can cite: Praneshacharya waited, anxious, expectant. If you see, and if you think, this is from actually Sanskar, the notable, the popular translation by U.R. Anand, translated by A.K. Ramanujan, and the original written by Anand. Then, at the same time, I will read another paragraph, another 3-4 sentences. And it is up to you to judge whether it is a translation or a day. Sorry. A clay lamp stood, flickering in the alcove. Its tiny flame drooped and again went back into life. 2 bricks had fallen from the wall where it joined the roof. Look at this description. And this is from an original English writing, original Indian English writing, that is Thomas. My question is, how to differentiate? Where do I get the features of translated text? If I go through Anantamurti's Sanskar, and if I go through Sahani's Tamas, where do we get the difference? This has been actually, I have been wondering that what a translated text has. And if I cite another stanza from a, Nobel awarded writing, you will easily, track what it is translation. Let's, read me. Let me read this stanza for you. If I read, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic world. I think you all know what am I reading? And it's a translation. And the original author and the translator, both are the same person. It is from Tagore's Gitanjali. Actually, where I'm reading all these, paragraphs here, stanzas and paragraphs, my question comes here. How do you identify a translation? What are the identity markers of a translation? If I ask you some questions like, have you read War and Peace by Lois and Elmer Moore? Have you read The Stranger by Stuart Gilbert? You will be surprised. Many of you may not know who are these people. You may think that, no, we have read, The Stranger by Albert Camus. We have read War and Peace by Tolstoy. You must have read War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy and The Stranger by Albert Camus. But you may not be aware of the fact that Tolstoy wrote in Russian and Camus wrote in French. We know from the inside page or back cover of somewhere in the book that it is a translation. As for example, The Stranger, if you go to the hardbound copy, that printed book of The Stranger, it is written there, The Stranger by Albert Camus, translated from French by Stuart Gilbert. As Bhanuti says, translator, invisibility of translator. We don't know who is the translator and translator. We have read the text in English. I have read the text in English, and most of my friends from Department of English, they must have read the text in English. And how many of we have discussed about the translator? Here you are aware of a text as a translation in which it is written that it is a translated text. This is one of the identity markers in individual features of a written text in translation. There comes the identity of a translation concretely where it is written that this is a translation. How do you know a text as a translated text if it is not written as translated by or translation, somewhere in the text, but it is a translation? How do you know that? So if you are aware of the, some factors, there are some factors behind a translation that determines the identity of a translation. And the most basic, features, most basic features that categorize a text as translation: source text in a language and its equivalent target text in another language. Here you are aware of translation as a process. You have been taught what a translation is. You have been taught what are its features. And these features are another identity markers and individual features of a translation. I have a rule for this, mathematical rule I have generated from my experience from the practice of translation. And I would say, sometimes, I have been, teaching, and I have been sharing this rule with my, translators or students or my friends. Just, keep this in mind. If there is an ST, source text, there may be a TT. If there is a TT, there must be an ST. Without an ST, there is no TT. I'll share this PPT with you, and you can go through. So my next question will be, see, we are leading towards the translation universals and individuality of text, individuality of translated text. My next question will be, why are there ST and TT? In translation studies, ST means source text and TT means target text. Okay, why? Why we have ST and TT? The two, major determinants of a translation. Why? Because there is more than one language in the world. Because there is more than one culture. There is more than one society, tradition. There is more than one mind, more than one knowledge, more than one translator, more than one time, so on and so forth. My basic question will be, are you all same? Are we all same? Whoever is here, are we all same? What are the differences we have? Do we speak the same language? I can say, when I say same language, I not only mean Hindi, Marathi, Tamil, Odia, etc. But also there are differences within Marathi speakers. There are differences within Hindi speakers. Do we write, do I write as others write? Or do you write as I write? Do you think as others think? No. Yes. So there are similarities, but at the same time, there are differences. We all, whoever is present here, we all are different. At the same time, we all are same. So, as a translator, you have some similarities and some differences. There is a degree of similarity and there is a degree of difference. Do you believe this? If I say your text differs from others, your style differs from others, your translation differs from others, a text differs from other texts as much from or their compositions as from their history of making. Even the same versions of a translation differ from one another. I don't know how many of you have read or gone through actually Albert Camus' The Stranger or The Outsider. Each translation of the three English translations of Camus' The Stranger has their own justification of rendering the first line of the novel in English. And I hope we all know what is the first line of The Stranger or The Outsider. A translator's interpretation of a text differs from another. Stuart Gilbert, the first English translator of Camus' The Stranger, titled it as The Outsider and rendered the first sentence as Mother died today. Mother died today. While Joseph Larry did it. Another translator, Matthew Ward, translated the same book in 1988 and rendered the first line as Mama died today. Look at this. Mother died today, and one version. Another version, Mama died today. The change of mother to Mama brings the reader closer to the original text, which does not undermine the earlier translation. Translators do differ, and their comprehension and interpretation differ. These differences are owing to their socio-cultural background. How do I speak or write is structured both by my society, culture, and education system, and me as a part of the same society and system. Though I am created with some distinctions, I am made as one of the members of my community or society. Many writers have written novels on similar themes, yet they are different. The common features, actually, we are leading towards translation universe. Controversial, actually, topics in the field of translation studies. The common features which are found in a translation, regardless of their language and source text, are to be categorized as translation universe. This is the basic, definition. What is translation? Mona Baker, a noteworthy scholar in the field of translation studies, defines the universals of translation. That which refer to the linguistic features which typically occur in translated rather than original texts and are thought to be independent of the influence of the specific language pairs involved in the process. This is a highly technical definition of translation. Research scholars started thinking about translation universals in the late 20th century. Translation studies is not an old discipline, though the practice is old. Okay, and the theorization, we are into 21st century, so the theorization is more in 20th century and 21st century. Mona Baker, in her 1993 article, where she has referred to this as large. If we have a large electronic corpora, that might be the ideal tool for investigating the linguistic nature of translations, either in contrast to their source text or in contrast to untranslated target language texts. Well, for this, actually, you can refer to, there is a very good book on translation universals. The title is, Translation Universals, Do They Exist? Published by John Benjamin. You can refer to that. Based on the Baker's definition, you need to find out, these linguistic features which exist in translation, but not in the target language and not in the source. So there is a kind of strategy followed by the translators dealing with some specific issues in translation. And those issues are pertinent in the context of translation. I can cite one example like translating the cultural specific terms. You can find out, that whether the, from Indian language, when there is a text from Indian language to English, what the translator has done. In many places, they transliterated the culture specific terms. Where do they do so? So these are some questions. While reading a translation, sometimes you feel that this sounds different from the reading of the same kind of text in my language. Some translations do have features which are not present in the original language. Where see, we have been hearing the popular judgment on a good translation, and what is that, my friends? A good translation does not read like a translation. But this, this actually is not, this line actually is not a scientific parameter to judge a translation. And this line actually problematizes what a translation is. So some translators do have features which are not present in the original writers. Here, we are not discussing the themes the texts are based on, but their structure of composition, cohesion. I mean, grammatical reference, pronoun, articles, comparatives, etc., substitution, conjunction, and lexical, reiteration, repetition, synonymy, antonymy, and coherence, the logical, argumentative, consistent structure of a particular text. And in the field of translation studies, actually, where you feel, while reading a text, you feel different from the texts which are there in your language. Where do you feel different, and why the sentence structures are different in translation? And if there are differences, and the differences are, up to a degree, it is much, that there we call it actually translation is a concept in the field of translation studies. Gideon Turi has also provided another universal of translation, where he has discussed about universality of discourse transfer. Actually, I think I'm running short of time, I think. Okay, so I will skip some of the points and I will jump into the last two slides. There may be some kind of similar psychological environmental factors that the translators across the border may undergo. Maybe a think aloud protocol. See, I am using the technical, highly technical concepts from the field of translation studies, which are in vogue. So a think aloud protocol, that analyzes, and that analysis will help us when a translator is given a text for translation. What does he or she do first? Which will give us some translation universities, like seeing the text, reading the title, turning over the pages, reading the first paragraph, trying to understand, underlining the unfamiliar words and phrases, searching meanings for words in a dictionary, preparing a rough translation in mind, writing it down on a paper, so on and so on. This is what think aloud protocol does. Many of the research scholars in the field of translation studies, they are using this to understand the psychological factors, it translates. Then we also have another feature where that determines the individuality of text. If you go through Katrina Reed's famous essay, Type, Kind, and Individuality of Text, Decision Making in Translation, she has given 3 types of text. And each of the types determines its own translation strategy and its own translation norms. One is your, the informative type. Second one is your expressive type. Third one is your operative type. So friends, I will actually, this actually presentation needs at least 1 hour, but I have to skip many points. Okay, and I'll be, getting at the conclusion. So see, I started with a question and I will end with a question. Because see, my presentation is not more theoretical and it is not more practical also, but it's a mixture of both theory and practice. And what I give to whoever is listening to me, what I give questions and let them think, let them come up with their own generalization of translation. So my friends, there are some questions, which lead to the translation universal. And the questions are as follows. How is the translated text composed of in a particular language? And how is the original text composed of in that particular language? Are there differences between them? We can do research on this. How are the translated texts composed of in a particular language? And what are the similarities as far as their style, language, strategies, text types are concerned? Third question. How are the translated texts composed of in other languages? What are the similarities as far as their style, language, strategies are concerned? So answer to these questions will lead us towards some translation. So my friends, I will stop actually. I may sound more theoretical also. I don't know because how many of you are familiar with all these things, but it's okay. I have also tried to minimize the jargon. So from my side, actually that's all. And before closing it, I can cite one thing, and that is true of translation as well as for original writing. No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river and he is not the same. This is the philosophical statement from Heraclitus. And this has given me more generalization on translation, where language is open-ended and translation is done. Okay, friends, thank you all. That's all,
Thank
madam.
you.
Over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Aditya Kumar Panda. Actually, thank you for making us aware of the common features and differences of translation. And you explained how it is a mental process. And you talked about the identification marks. That's a very interesting thing. Identification marks in translation. You gave interesting examples from Gitanjali, from Albert Camus. And you told us how to find out, how to know whether the text is translated. All there are so many pertinent questions you have raised, and you have given us food for thought. And we really, I was also thinking about, yes, that there are so many ways maybe a person can translate, because there are so many different people in this world. There are so many ways of thinking, and there are so many different languages, different texts, different styles, different ways of translation, uh, different ways of comprehending a text, different interpretations. And we have to take a look into the structure, cohesion, grammar, the logical argument. So thank you, sir, for bringing home so many points. And it was really a very enlightening session, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot. Thank you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Yeah. And now I hand over to Mangesh Pathak and Dr. Tariq Khan. Yes, sir.
We are happy to resume, and
Yes.
I'm sorry there was a power outage, due to which I faced a connection problem and could not follow for some time in between. There was constant outings. Now I guess we can begin with Ayub NK of Hyderabad, University of Hyderabad, with his presentation titled Translation and Paratext, Study of Tarjama Tradition Among Mapilas of Kerala. I'll request Ayub to complete his presentation in 12 minutes so that we have 2 to 3 minutes for discussion also. Over to Ayub.
Thank you, Tariq sir, and you may excuse me for not using the video because I'm also having a very poor network connection. So I hope it's fine.
Please go ahead.
Okay. My presentation is titled as Translation and Paratext, a study of Tarjama tradition among Mapilas of Kerala. This paper is an overview of translation practice among the Mapila Muslims of Malabar, which is currently known as Kerala state after the state formation of India. The focus of my presentation will be Tarjama tradition, which was the main mode of prose writing in Arabic Malayalam, a language variety where the spoken Malayalam was written using the Arabic script. Arabic Malayalam was predominantly used by the Mapilas, the Muslims of Kerala, until recently, like 2000s. The time frame of this study is thus 1850 to 2000. So, a glance into the catalogs and literary historiography of Mapilas will reveal the widespread translation practice in Arabic Malayalam. Various types of translation and transpiration had dominated the literary production of Arabic Malayalam since its inception. This Arabic Malayalam was developed as a constant relationship of these Mapala Muslims with Arab world, and thus Muslims used to accept the Arabic script as the mainstream mode of writing instead of the standard Malayalam. Until very recently only, Muslims started naturally using this standard Malayalam. From the large corpus of available works in this variety, it can be assumed that Tarjama was the primary mode of social communication among the Mapilas. Tarjama, we know that it's literally meaning translation. Though the translation was not in a typical sense of transferring the word-to-word meaning in one language from another, it was a more elaborated complementary mode of translation. To look into the corpus of translation in Arabic Malayalam. Before Chandu Menon wrote Indu Lega, regarded as the first complete novel in Malayalam, the Arabic Malayalam translation of the classic Persian novel Char Darwesh was published in 1835. Kariyadam Kunyimusa and P.C. Kunyamat, two translators, translated Alf Layla wa Layla, the world famous 1001 Nights, a collection of Arabian folk tales written in Arabic during the Islamic Golden Age in 1889. There are many books by anonymous authors as well in the name of Tarjama. Literary classics from Arabic, Persian, and Urdu, among other languages, were translated into Arabicized Malayalam. These included stories, poetry, hagiography, scientific texts, astrology, translation of scriptures like Quran. Um, there were manuscripts of translation in Arabic Malayalam even before the advent of Kerala's printing press. Tarjamas of various texts, including Quran, were distributed to the public in written manuscripts. The first Quran translation done by Mayan Kuti Alaya was circulated in manuscript in 1855. He called his translation as a commentary because he feared the social criticism and boycott from the community because Muslims mostly believe that Quran is beyond translation; it should not be translated. Tarjama we can see in the prose literature of Arabic Malayalam in abundance. Prose literature in Arabic Malayalam gained momentum after the lithographic printing press became widespread in the region. The language of the prose was more superficial and closer to the oral form. Most works were commentaries or free translations of Arabic works, including the Holy Quran and prophetic traditions. These works were introduced by the authors as tarjamas, literally meaning translation. Even though they were not translation in a strict sense, the authors called them tarjama to denote that they were not wholly independent works. The rationale for this might be the author's attempt to avoid social censorship of free thought or the desire to get his work more acceptance. A translation of Arabic work was always considered more authoritative and less likely to be questioned on its subject's matter. The first work in Arabic Malayalam is Tibbun Nabi Tarjama, which is also a translation. 1850s have been the heyday of Arabic Malayalam prose for over a century. Arabic Malayalam prose addresses all areas of knowledge necessary for a people's resurrection, including history, medicine, mathematics, and linguistics. Thorsten Sasser, who studied Arabic Tamil extensively, has drawn various opinions about translation practice in South Indian context. As per his opinion, religion and its discourses have acted as a necessary impetus for translating text in several Asian contexts. The claim to universality of many religious traditions made text an essential vehicle for spreading knowledge and often engendered an interest in text written in different places and languages. Islamic traditions were no exception to this trend, and translations of important Arabic texts into various vernacular languages were common wherever Muslim communities existed. Yet these translations' actual practice and the way Muslims understood and evaluated them changed with place and time. Given the importance of the translation had for making ideas, notions, and perceptions available to diverse populations, understanding the process involved in translating text in Muslim cultures has significant implications for our understanding of historical, religious, and literary developments in these cultures. Translation and paratext, an analysis of the Tarjama practice in Arabic Malayalam. Paratexts have crucial importance in Tarjama tradition of Mapila Muslims. The paratextual elements, effective employment in the translated text in Arabic Malayalam, sheds light on the community's socio-cultural understanding and their reflections in the literary works produced. It also gives valuable insight into how the art and craft of translation are developed among the Mapilas. As explained in the previous session, many works, especially the prose literature, were tarjamas. The authors used various techniques to attract more readers to their works. Drawing from the essential work of Gerard Genet, who studied about the paratext extensively, Valery Palat lists out major paratextual elements as following. I'm quoting, the most visible categories of paratext include the footnote or endnote, the preface and the foreword, the introduction and the epilogue or afterword. Less visible but equally powerful types of paratextual are the content pages, the index, titles and subtitles, chapter synopsis, and blurb on desk jacket and flap. In addition to these verbal paratext, most publications contain a degree of non-verbal paratext, which may be in the form of illustrations, including photos, tables, charts, and diagrams. Quote clauses. These features could be found more or less in every translated text in Arabic Malayalam. Some of the texts used all these paratextual elements together, while most of them operated at least with a significant paratextual markers to give their works order, authority, and acceptance among the readers. Most of the authors used them to effectively increase the readability and sellability of their works, while some of them employed paratext to subvert the possibility of social censorship and community criticism against the subject that they take up. Most of the tarjamas text utilize paratextual features such as title, table of contents, heading, and subheadings in the chapters. I'm talking about the works which were produced in the later half of the 19th century. Like Mohdi sir was telling in his thing, in his presentation, like translation in its actual sense started in India a bit late. The visual elements are also used in almost all the printed text with text employing pictorial designs on the cover page, most often accompanied by a relevant verse from the Holy Quran using Arabic calligraphy. Another important paratext is the foreword by the publisher. It will be given as advertisement, statement, etc. Preface or the introduction is another significant paratext where the author will explain his translation's intentions, and most often it will give a religious tone to attract the readers, even though the subject matter is completely secular thing. The use of Arabic against the text flow is another example of how the translators use paratext in Arabic Malayalam. In many works, the author will start and end the work in Arabic, while the rest of the content will be translated in Arabic Malayalam. In the Arabic part, the author will praise Allah, pray for Prophet Muhammad and his companions, and thank the people who supported him in composing the text. Another such paratextual element can be observed in the form of poetry added after the cover page. This poetry, mainly in Arabic known as marsiyas, introduces the text and its features and the general idea that underlines the text. Endnotes and side notes known as hashiyas in Arabic is another paratext employed by the authors in Arabic Malayalam. Reference note is also a paratextual element used by most of the authors. I wanted to use some examples, but somehow due to my connection issue, I am unable to share this.
Conclude. You please conclude.
Okay. So I was talking about the paratextual elements in the tarjama text produced in Arabic Malayalam, a language variety which is predominantly used by the Mapala Muslims of Malabar until very recent times. So I tried to mention some of the paratextual techniques and elements these translators use to employ in their translation for various political and cultural reasons. With this, I conclude my presentation. I once again thank for the organizations for giving me this opportunity. I hope all of things will be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayub, for accepting our request. And now we'll move to the next presentation by Mr. Mallana Biradar from Mudde Bihal, and his topic is translation and problems. So I request Mallana Biradar to present his paper with a request to present the main points and allow time for discussion. Over to Mallana Biradar, please.
Is Biradar sir there? Is he there? Hello? I'll just check.
I guess he is not logged in. Maybe we can consider
yes,
at the end of the session. And
yes,
in
sir.
the meantime, we'll move on to the next presenter. I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Nanda Puri to present his paper titled Sanskrita Til Anuvad Parampara. Over to Dr. Nanda Puri. With the same request, please.
नमस्कार. माझा पेपर मी मराठीतून प्रेझेंट करते, कारण मला संस्कृत ग्रंथांच्या ज्या विशेषत्वाने मराठीमध्ये समश्लोकी झाल्या त्याबद्दल थोडं सांगायचं होतं, म्हणून मी भाषा मराठी निवडली. नाहीतर माझा हा मूळ पेपर इंग्लिशमध्ये सुरुवातीला तयार केलेला होता. सकाळी मोहंती सरांनी जे सांगितलं की संस्कृतात ट्रान्सलेशन ही कन्सेप्ट नाही, आणि नेमका माझा विषय संस्कृतातली अनुवाद परंपरा असा असल्यामुळे मला थोडंसं त्याबद्दल आधी सांगावं लागेल. सरांचं म्हणणं बरोबर होतं की संस्कृतामध्ये अनुवाद हा शब्द आहे, पण अनुवाद हा शब्द ट्रान्सलेशन या अर्थामध्ये नाही. म्हणजे त्याच्या ज्या व्युत्पत्ती सांगितल्या गेल्या त्या व्युत्पत्तीमध्ये पश्चात वदती इति अनुवादः, उक्तस्य पुनर्वचनम किंवा पश्चात कथनम, जे काही सांगितलेलं आहे ते पुन्हा सांगणं या अर्थामध्ये अनुवाद शब्द आहे. हे अगदी बरोबर आहे. आणि त्यामुळे संस्कृतातले जे सुरुवातीचे ग्रंथ आपण बघतो, रामायण महाभारत असेल किंवा वेदादी ग्रंथ असतील, हे सगळे या अनुवाद या कॅटेगरीत उक्तस्य पुनर्वचनम जे म्हटलंय त्या अर्थाने म्हणता येऊ शकतात. कारण प्राचीन काळामध्ये मौखिक परंपराच होती आणि त्या मौखिक परंपरेमुळे ते ग्रंथही दुसऱ्या पिढीमध्ये मौखिक परंपरेतूनच जात होते आणि कालांतराने त्यातला अर्थ समजेनासा जेव्हा व्हायला लागला त्यावेळेला मग त्याच्या स्पष्टीकरणार्थ जे ग्रंथ निर्माण झाले ते ग्रंथ, जसं आता सगळ्या वेदांचे ब्राह्मण ग्रंथ आहेत, तर या ब्राह्मण ग्रंथांमध्ये आता यजुर्वेदावरचं ब्राह्मण असेल, ऋग्वेदावरचं ब्राह्मण असेल, तर या लोकांनी मूळ मंत्रांचे अर्थ देऊन त्याचं स्पष्टीकरण करत या ग्रंथांची रचना केली. म्हणजे एका अर्थाने तो अनुवाद जो संस्कृतातला अर्थ आहे तोच होता. त्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये काही पाणिनीचा जसा अष्टाध्यायी नावाचा ग्रंथ आहे, सूत्र ग्रंथ आहे, आणि मग या सूत्र ग्रंथांमध्ये सुद्धा त्या सूत्र ग्रंथांमध्ये रीड बिटवीन द लाईन्स सारखा जो प्रकार आहे तो कालांतराने समजेनासा झाला. मग नेमकं किंवा हा आता व्याकरणावरचा ग्रंथ असल्यामुळे भाषा ही प्रवाही असल्याने नवीन नवीन शब्द निर्माण होत होते. मग त्याचं स्पष्टीकरण या ग्रंथांमध्ये सापडेनासं झालं. मग त्याच्यासाठी त्यावर वार्तिकं लिहिली गेली. मग पतंजलीने त्याच्यावरती महाभाष्य लिहिलं. म्हणजे इसवी सन पूर्व 5व्या शतकात जर पाणिनी झाला असेल आणि इसवी सन पूर्व 2ऱ्या शतकामध्ये पतंजलीने भाष्य त्याच्यावरती लिहिलं, तर या 300 वर्षांच्या कालावधीमध्ये त्या सूत्रांमध्ये न येणारे किंवा अपवाद असणारे शब्द असतील त्यांचं सगळ्यांचं स्पष्टीकरण या भाष्य ग्रंथांमधून लिहिलं गेलं. किंवा सगळ्यात सुप्रसिद्ध भाष्य शंकराचार्य यांची भाष्य समजली जातात, ब्रह्मसूत्रांवरचं भाष्य, गीतेवरचं भाष्य आणि उपनिषदांवरचं भाष्य. तर हे भाष्य हे सगळे या अनुवाद कॅटेगरीमध्ये आहेत आणि ते सुद्धा व्याख्या रूपामध्ये, विस्तृत रूपामध्ये त्यातली तत्व समजावून सांगणं हा भाग या अनुवाद याच्यामध्ये येतो. किंवा याचे 2 प्रकार केले जातात, भाष्य आणि टीका. तर टीका आणि भाष्य याच्यामध्ये सुद्धा हाच फरक केला जातो. तर टीका ही साधारणपणे जसं सरांनी सांगितलं सकाळी की लिटरल ट्रान्सलेशन, शब्दशः भाषांतर, म्हणजे मूळ जे दिलेलं आहे त्यातल्या प्रत्येक पदाचा अर्थ देऊन स्पष्ट करणं हा भाग टीकेमध्ये येतो. पण भाष्याला अनुवाद सुद्धा म्हणावं की नाही हा थोडासा या अर्थाने म्हणता येईल की ज्या वेळेला गीतेची भाष्य झाली किंवा उपनिषदांची भाष्य झाली, शंकराचार्यांपासून ही परंपरा सुरू झाली, पण त्या भाष्यांमध्ये मात्र म्हणजे नुसता मुळाचा अनुवाद देऊन आपली तत्व प्रतिपादन करण्यासाठी भाष्य ग्रंथांच्या रचना झाल्या. आणि त्या स्वतत्व प्रतिपादनामध्ये टोकाची भिन्नता पण यायला लागली. म्हणजे शंकराचार्य जर अद्वैत सांगत असतील तर रामानुजाचार्य असतील, निंबकाचार्य असतील, ते अगदी द्वैत तत्वज्ञान, विशिष्टाद्वैत तत्वज्ञान अशासारखा भाग याच्यामध्ये आला. म्हणजे मूळ मंत्राचा अनुवाद करायचा, पण त्याचं विवरण जे द्यायचंय ते त्यांच्या संप्रदायानुसार द्यायचं. हा भाग त्या अनुवाद शब्दाने येतो. किंवा जवळपास रामायण महाभारत पुराणांपर्यंत पण हीच मौखिक परंपरा असल्यामुळे मूळ महाभारत जसं व्यासांनी नुसती युद्धकथा लिहिली, पण युद्धकथेचं उपबृहण शब्द वापरतात इतिहासाचं किंवा याचं उपबृहण म्हणजे विस्तार करणं. तर हा विस्तार पण मौखिक स्वरूपामध्ये झाला. त्यामुळे ट्रान्सलेशन या कॅटेगरीत आज ज्या अर्थामध्ये ट्रान्सलेशन हा शब्द रूढ आहे त्या अर्थामध्ये हे रामायण महाभारतातील ग्रंथ सुद्धा येणार नाहीत. कारण त्यांनी पण त्याचा विस्तार जो केला तो विस्तार करत असताना 8000 श्लोकांचे 24,000, 24,000चे 1,00,000, म्हणजे जय नावाच्या ग्रंथाचं भारत, भारताचं महाभारत, हे जे झालं हे सगळं मौखिक परंपरेने झालं. पण त्या काळामध्ये एक परंपरा होती की ते श्लोक संख्या, शब्द संख्या, सर्वानुक्रमणी नावाचा ग्रंथ काही झाले ते सांगायचे. म्हणजे या ग्रंथामध्ये इतकी पद आहेत, इतके शब्द आहेत म्हटल्यानंतर त्याच्या नंतर जर काही त्यात ऍड झालं तर ते नंतर घातला गेलं हे तिथे लक्षात यायचं. पण आजच्या अनुवाद म्हणजे ट्रान्सलेशन साठी जो अनुवाद शब्द वापरला जातो त्या अर्थामध्ये हे अनुवाद निश्चित नाही. पण मग मोहंती सरांनी म्हटल्याप्रमाणे एकदम इंग्रजांच्या काळात हा अनुवाद म्हणजे ट्रान्सलेशन आलं का, तर नाही. ती परंपरा संस्कृतात होती आणि ती परंपरा एक महत्वाचा ग्रंथ संस्कृतमध्ये मानला गेला आहे, ज्याचं नाव बृहत्कथा नावाचा एक ग्रंथ रचला गेला. तो गुणाढ्य नावाचा एक कवी होता. त्यांनी 7 लाख श्लोकांमध्ये लिहिली होती, पण उर्वरित फक्त 1 लाख श्लोकांची ही कथा शिल्लक होती. ती त्यांनी पैशाची भाषेत लिहिलेली होती आणि पैशाची भाषेत लिहिलेली असल्यामुळे ही भाषा सर्वसामान्यांना सर्वांना कळण्यासारखी नव्हती. कालांतराने हळूहळू ती समजेनाशी झाली होती. मग अशा काळामध्ये त्या पैशाची भाषेतली ती कथा संस्कृतात अनुवादित केली गेली, ज्याला आपण संस्कृतामध्ये अनुवाद शब्द आहे, पण दुसरा एक शब्द संस्कृतमध्ये रूढ आहे, ज्या शब्दाचा कदाचित उल्लेख झाला नसेल, भाषांतर. भाषांतर हा शब्द संस्कृत आहे आणि भाषांतर या शब्दामध्ये आज जो ट्रान्सलेशन या अर्थात रूढ आहे तो अर्थ तिथे येतो. अन्या भाषा भाषांतरम, दुसऱ्या भाषेत करणं, एका भाषेतून एखादी गोष्ट दुसऱ्या भाषेत आणणं, त्या अर्थामध्ये भाषांतर हा शब्द संस्कृतात रूढ आहे आणि तशा प्रकारचं भाषांतर या ग्रंथाचं झालं. आता त्या गुणाढ्याने ती पैशाची भाषेत लिहिली, याची एक दीर्घ कथा आहे. का त्यांनी, तो संस्कृत पंडित होता, त्याला राजाश्रय होता, पण राजानी त्याच्या कथेचा स्वीकार केला नाही, म्हणून त्यांनी प्रतिज्ञा करून की ही पैशाची भाषा जी होती त्या भाषेचं वैशिष्ट्य त्यांनी, तो स्वतःच सांगतो गुणाढ्य, की संस्कृतचा स्पर्श नसलेल्या भाषेमध्ये मी माझ्या ग्रंथाची रचना करेन. म्हणजे आजही आपण बघतो की आपल्या प्रादेशिक भाषा साधारण सगळ्या संस्कृताने प्रेरित आणि संस्कृतातल्या शब्दांचे अनेक शब्द आपल्या भाषांमध्ये असतात. तसं या भाषेमध्ये नसावं हे त्याच्या प्रतिज्ञेवरून दिसतं, की जिला संस्कृतचा स्पर्श सुद्धा नाही आहे अशा भाषेमध्ये त्यांनी ही बृहत्कथा लिहिली. आणि याचा काळ साधारणपणे इसवी सनाचं पहिलं शतक किंवा इसवी सन पूर्व पहिलं शतक असा या बृहत्कथेचा काळ सांगितला जातो. आता ही पैशाची भाषा, इथे नुसत्या भाषेची समस्या नव्हती, इथे एक समस्या आणखीन होती, लिपीची. म्हणजे आज आपल्याला देवनागरी लिपी माहिती आहे, पण तत्कालीन लिपी त्या सुद्धा खूप वेगळ्या होत्या. म्हणजे साधारण इसवी सनाच्या 4व्या 5व्या 6व्या शतकापर्यंत ब्राह्मी लिपी होती. त्यानंतर हळूहळू या सगळ्या लिपी स्क्रिप्ट सगळे डेव्हलप झाले आणि मग नंदी नागरी, देवनागरी वगैरे 8व्या 9व्या शतकानंतर आले. म्हणजे मग हा ग्रंथ जर कोणत्या लिपीमध्ये असेल, विशेष म्हणजे हा ग्रंथ आज उपलब्ध नाही, त्यामुळे तो कोणत्या लिपीत होता, तत्कालीन रूढी बघता तो ब्राह्मी लिपीमध्ये असावा, कारण पालीचे ग्रंथ जे सापडलेले आहेत, अशोकाचे लेख जे त्या काळातले सापडलेले आहेत, ते सगळे ब्राह्मी लिपीमध्ये असल्यामुळे हाही ग्रंथ त्या लिपीमध्ये असावा. पण आज तो ग्रंथ उपलब्ध नाही, त्याची भाषांतर उपलब्ध आहे. त्यामुळे ही भाषांतराची परंपरा जी आहे ती परंपरा प्राचीन संस्कृत साहित्यात होती असा स्पष्ट पुरावा आपल्याला दिसतो. आणि या ग्रंथाची जवळपास 4 ते 5 भाषांतर झाली. त्या भाषांतरांमध्ये अन्य प्राकृत भाषांमध्ये काही भाषांतर झाली आणि संस्कृतमध्ये काही भाषांतर झाली. तर त्यातला एक महाराष्ट्रीय प्राकृतामध्ये सगळ्यात जुनं भाषांतर त्याचं सांगितलं जातं. वासुदेव हिंडी नावाचा एक प्राकृतातला ग्रंथ आहे, त्या ग्रंथामध्ये याचं सगळ्यात जुनं भाषांतर उपलब्ध आहे आणि 6व्या 7व्या शतकापासून त्याची संस्कृत भाषांतर उपलब्ध व्हायला लागलेली. आता हा इसवी सनाच्या पहिल्या शतकामध्ये पैशाची भाषेत लिहिलेला ग्रंथ संस्कृतात आला, तो 6व्या शतकानंतर, म्हणजे 600 वर्ष जवळपास मधला काळ गेला असं आपण समजूया. तर या 600 वर्षांनंतर 6व्या 7व्या शतकामध्ये एक भाषांतर झालं, 10व्या शतकामध्ये एक संस्कृत भाषांतर झालं आणि 11व्या शतकामध्ये याच ग्रंथाचं संस्कृत भाषांतर झालं. मग आता हे भाषांतर आहे का, हे आपण यांच्याच ग्रंथातल्या पुराव्यांनी आपण समजू शकतो. या लोकांनी जेव्हा याचं भाषांतर केलं तेव्हा त्यांनी त्यांचे उद्देश सांगितले, की का या बृहत्कथेचं भाषांतर करण्याची वेळ आली किंवा का आम्ही केलं. तर त्यातला क्षेमेंद्र नावाचा जो 10व्या शतकामध्ये होऊन गेलेला, ज्यांनी बृहत्कथा मंजिरी नावाचा ग्रंथ लिहिला, तो आपल्या ग्रंथाच्या सुरुवातीला सांगतो की मी पैशाची भाषेतून का संस्कृतात भाषांतरित केली. तर तो म्हणतो की ही मूळ कथा सेयम हर मुकोदगीर्णा कथानुग्रहकारिणी पिशाच वाची पतिता संजाता विघ्नदायिनी ही पिशाचवाची म्हणजे पिशाच लोकांची भाषा होती, पैशाची भाषा. त्या भाषेमध्ये ही असल्यामुळे ती विघ्नदायिनी झाली, लोकांना समजेनाशी झाली. आता सुखनिषेध व्यासौ कृता संस्कृत या गिरा. संस्कृत वाणीमध्ये, संस्कृत भाषेमध्ये तिला मी सगळ्यांना समजावी म्हणून आणली. आणि ती कशी आणली तो म्हणतो तर समाम भुवनम इवानीता गंगा खभ्रावलंबिनी, म्हणजे गंगेला जसं आकाशातून आणावं तशी मी ही पैशाची भाषेतली बृहत्कथा संस्कृतात आणलेली. म्हणजे त्याला भरपूर कष्ट करावे लागले हे या उपमेवरून दिसतं की गंगेच्या अवतरणासाठी जे भगीरथ प्रयत्न झाले ते प्रयत्न याला करावे लागले असतील त्या पैशाची भाषेतून संस्कृतात आणण्यासाठी. मग आता हे भाषांतर होतं तर जसंच्या तसं होतं का याच्या ग्रंथामध्ये तर तो नाही, पण 11व्या शतकामध्ये साधारण 11व्या-12व्या शतकामध्ये कथासरित सागर नावाचा एक ग्रंथ लिहिला गेला जो सोमदेवाचा, आणि तो म्हणतो की हे बृहत्कथेचं भाषांतर आहे. आणि तो सुद्धा म्हणतो की हे संस्कृत भाषांतर आहे. म्हणजे मूळ पैशाची भाषेतला ग्रंथ हा संस्कृतात आणला. मग आता संस्कृतात आणला म्हणताना आजच्या ट्रान्सलेशन स्टडीज साठी जी महत्वाची तत्व सांगितली जातात की मूळ ग्रंथाला धक्का न लावता दुसऱ्या भाषेत त्याला आणणं, त्यातलं औचित्य जसंच्या तसं सांभाळणं. आणि जर आता हा कथाग्रंथ असल्यामुळे तो सरस कथाग्रंथ आहे तर त्यातला त्या रसाला विघात सुद्धा होणार नाही. या सगळ्या औचित्य, या सगळ्यांचं औचित्य मी साधलं हे तो सांगतो आहे. तो म्हणतोय की हा जो ग्रंथ आहे यथामूलम तथैवान्यत मनागपी अतिक्रमः, म्हणजे जसं मूळ होतं तसंच मी संस्कृतात आणलेलं आहे. मनागपी म्हणजे थोडस सुद्धा अतिक्रमण त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं नाही. ग्रंथ विस्तार संक्षेप मात्र भाषाच भिद्यते, भाषाच भिद्यते. इथे त्यांनी भाषा फक्त बदलवली, जी मूळ पैशाची भाषा होती ती संस्कृतात आणली. तो म्हणतो औचित्य रक्षा पण केली, यथाशक्ती विधीयते म्हणतो. कथारस विघातेन काव्यांशस्यच योजना, ती योजना जशीच्या तशी ठेवली. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाचं म्हणजे खूपदा अनुवादकांमध्ये हा एक गुण असतो, तो अनुवादक जर पंडित असेल, तत्कालीन याच्यानुसार संस्कृत पंडित असेल किंवा आजच्या दृष्टीने सुद्धा तो स्कॉलर असेल तर आपली विद्वत्ता दाखवण्यासाठी सुद्धा त्या भाषांतरामध्ये काही बदल किंवा काही ज्याला आपण ऍड म्हणू असं करत असतो. तर ते सुद्धा इथे त्यांनी स्पष्ट सांगितलं की वैदग्ध्य ख्याती लोभाय, म्हणजे वैदग्ध्य ख्याती मला या माझ्या पांडित्याचा प्रसार किंवा सगळ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवायचं नव्हतं. न लोभाय मम नैवायम उद्यम, माझा हा उद्यम म्हणजे माझं हे भाषांतर करण्याचं कार्य जे आहे ते प्रसिद्धीसाठी नाही. तर हे जे या दोन्ही ग्रंथांच्या सुरुवातीला या लोकांनी
I request Dr. Nandapuri to please conclude. You have only 2 minutes remaining.
ठीक आहे. तर या परंपरेतला हा पहिला माइलस्टोन म्हणता येईल असा हा ग्रंथ आहे. म्हणजे भाषांतर साधारणपणे इसवी सनाच्या 5व्या शतकापासून संस्कृताचं उपलब्ध होतं. म्हणजे अन्य भाषांमधून संस्कृतात भाषांतर ही परंपरा तत्कालीन होती. दुसरा महत्वाचा भाग होता की संस्कृत नाटकं बहुतांश प्राकृतात असायची, कारण नाटकातले बरेच पात्र प्राकृतात बोलायची. मग त्याचा संस्कृत अनुवाद करावा लागायचा. तर तो शब्दशः संस्कृतानुवाद करणं हा एक भाग असायचा. महत्वाचा टप्पा जो होता संस्कृत भाषांतरामध्ये तो मोगल शासनाच्या काळात आणि इंग्रजांच्या शासनाच्या काळात मोठ्या प्रमाणावर संस्कृत ग्रंथांचे अन्य भाषांमध्ये भाषांतर झाली. तर ही भाषांतर महत्वाचे ग्रंथ आपल्या साहित्यातले म्हणजे गीता असेल किंवा गीतेचा पहिल्यांदा इंग्लिश अनुवाद झाला आणि त्यानंतर 1787 मध्ये चार्ल्स विल्किन्सन यांनी लंडनमध्ये इंग्लिशमध्ये हा भाषा अनुवाद केला. आणि लॅटिन भाषेमध्ये पुन्हा गीतेची एक प्रत प्रकाशित झाली आणि जागतिक साहित्याला एक नवा कवी किंवा नाटककार मिळाला, तो कालिदासाच्या निमित्ताने मिळाला. आणि अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम हे जे नाटक त्याचं सुप्रसिद्ध नाटक होतं त्याचं विल्यम जोन्स यांनी 1889 मध्ये पहिल्यांदा इंग्लिशमध्ये भाषांतर केलं नंतर त्याचं जर्मनमध्ये भाषांतर झालं आणि मग फ्रेंच वगैरे अन्य अनेक भाषांमध्ये त्याची भाषांतर झाली. म्हणजे या काळामध्ये संस्कृत ग्रंथांचं अन्य भाषांमध्ये, परकीय भाषांमध्ये भाषांतर ही परंपरा होती. मूळ अन्य भाषांमधून संस्कृतात, त्याच्यानंतरची परंपरा संस्कृतातून संस्कृत ग्रंथ अन्य भाषांमध्ये, म्हणजे अरबी, फारसी उपनिषदांची भाषांतर जी झाली ती. आणि त्याच्यानंतरचा काळ म्हणजे 20वे शतक साधारणपणे, ते मी इथे मराठीवर थोडा फोकस केलाय, कारण मराठीमध्ये एक विशेष भाग आहे या अनुवादाचा, आणि तो म्हणजे समश्लोकी. समश्लोकी, आता हा काव्यानुवाद असतो, पण हा काव्यानुवाद असताना सुद्धा मूळ ग्रंथाला, मूळ कल्पनेला धक्का न लागू देता पद्यबद्ध, म्हणजे यामध्ये मेघदूत हा ग्रंथ सगळ्यात महत्वाचा आहे. मेघदूताच्या अनेक समश्लोकी हिंदी भाषांमध्ये, मराठी भाषांमध्ये झालेल्या, मराठीमध्ये तर कुसुमाग्रज, बोरकर, शांता शेळके, C.D. देशमुख यासारख्या लोकांनी यांची भाषांतर समश्लोकी केली. तर समश्लोकी हा काय प्रकार असतो? एकतर हा पद्यानुवाद असतो, आणि पद्यानुवादामध्ये काही वेळेला मूळ ग्रंथ ज्या वृत्तामध्ये आहे त्याच वृत्तामध्ये ती रचना केली जाते. C.D. देशमुखांनी मेघदूताचं जी समश्लोकी लिहिली ती मूळ मंदाक्रांता वृत्तामध्ये असलेलं मेघदूत देशमुखांनी मंदाक्रांतामध्येच काव्यरूपामध्ये आणलं. कुसुमाग्रज आणि शांता शेळके यांनी वृत्त बदल केला, पण मूळ ग्रंथाला किंवा मूळ कल्पनेला धक्का न लागू देता या सगळ्या समश्लोकींची रचना या ठिकाणी केली. आता सध्याचा जो ट्रेंड संस्कृत अनुवाद क्षेत्रामध्ये आहे, बस शेवटचं वाक्य, आत्ताचा जो ट्रेंड आहे आधुनिक काळामध्ये, त्या याच्यामध्ये मराठीतले किंवा आपल्या भारतीय भाषांमधले महत्वाचे ग्रंथ आता संस्कृतात भाषांतरित होत आहेत. जसं वर्णेकरांनी पसायदानाचं भाषांतर केलं, मनाच्या श्लोकांचं संस्कृत भाषांतर झालं. सगळ्यात महत्वाचं म्हणजे ग. दि. माडगूळकरांनी लिहिलेलं गीत रामायण जे प्रसिद्ध आहे मराठीमध्ये, त्याचं संस्कृत भाषांतर झालं. म्हणजे ही परंपरा अशी बदलत गेली. या 3 भागांमध्ये मी हा सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न केला की भाषांतराची प्रक्रिया प्राचीन आहे, अगदी इंग्रजांपासून सुरू झालेली नाहीये. ते भाषांतराची कला त्यांना माहिती होती. आता तर आपण मगाशी सरांनी डिक्शनरी बद्दल सांगितलं, पण इथे स्क्रिप्टचा सुद्धा प्रश्न होता. तो सगळा प्रयत्न, त्या सगळ्या सर्वार्थाने प्रयत्न करून त्यांनी अनेक ग्रंथ संस्कृतात आणले. संस्कृतातले ग्रंथ बाह्य भाषांमध्ये, परकीय भाषांमध्ये पण गेले, आणि आता पुन्हा ही परंपरा संस्कृतामध्ये अन्य भाषांची भाषांतर, अन्य ग्रंथांची भाषांतर करण्याची परंपरा सध्या ही सुरू आहे. आणि अनेक महत्वाचे ग्रंथ असे आहेत की जे संस्कृतात भाषांतरित होणं गरजेचं आहे, कारण संस्कृत भाषा आ सेतू हिमालय सर्वांना समजणारी आहे. प्रादेशिक भाषांमध्ये अडकून राहिलेलं साहित्य असेल, शास्त्र असेल, ते सर्वांपर्यंत पोहोचायचं असेल तर ते संस्कृतात भाषांतरित करणं गरजेचं आहे. मला या ठिकाणी संधी दिल्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. तारिक खान सर, सरदेशपांडे मॅडम यांना मी पुन्हा एकदा धन्यवाद देते आणि माझा विशेष.
Thank you, Dr. Nandapuri. And now we would like to move on to the next presentation by Miss Kashmira Mawalwala. And the title of her presentation is Shahnama, the importance of the translated epic. I'll request Miss Kashmira Mawalwala, to immediately begin her presentation. And I would also request her to present the main findings first, so that we have some time for discussion also at the end. Please go ahead, madam.
Sir, I'm sharing my screen. I hope you all can see me. My PPT is there.
It takes time. Sometimes it takes.
I hope you can.
I started sharing. Yes, you are there.
Yeah. Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. Before I begin, I'm grateful to Dr. Manjushri ma'am. She's my mentor and she's also my guide. And she has given me this opportunity to speak on this topic. And my topic is Shahnama, the importance of the translated epic. Oh. Okay, Shahnama is an epic poem. It is written in the Persian language. It is a national epic of Iran. Previously, it was known as Persia. This region was previously known as Persia. It is a chronicle of legends, mythical and historical, reign of 50 Persian Aryan kings. So this Shahnameh tells us about the 50 Aryan Persian kings. It was composed in the late 10th and early 11th century by a poet whose real name was Hakim Abdul Qasim Mansoor, but we know him as Firdausi Tusi. Most of us just know his first pen name, Firdausi, so he is very popular by this name. This epic reveals a great deal about the national consciousness of the Persian people, and it takes us right into the heart of Persia's national perception. This is one of the longest epic written by a single poet. The Shahnameh comprises of 60,000 couplets in pure classical Persian language, out of 4,000 which cannot be retrieved now. So 4,000 couplets are lost to us forever. This epic is the soul of the Persian culture and its civilization. Now the Shahnameh is actually divided into three parts. It refers to the three dynasties. The first is the Pashtian dynasty. This refers to the early legendary kings and the beginning of civilization. It tells us how the civilization began and the first king who is known as Qayomas. The Qayanan dynasty, it sets the geographical identity of Persia, which includes the region of Zabulistan occupied by Rustam and his ancestors. And the third part is the Sasanian dynasty. This is the historical section and covers human and political exploits. Most of the stories of the heroes are mentioned in the third Sasanian dynasty. Firdausi started writing the Shahnameh during this third period, Sasanian dynasty. Now, something about the Shahnameh. Firdausi wrote the Shahnameh in approximately 1,000 lines. They come up to 50,000 couplets or 62 stories with 990 chapters. This epic was completed in 1010 Common Era CE. The Shah of Iran had set a 10-syllabic couplet of the Shahnameh into special martial tunes, and the soldiers marched and performed exercise on this tune, which instilled a sense of patriotism and valor in them. So this also became a kind of a national tune. The Shahnameh has a historical span, presenting to its readers the stories of many successive generations over a long period of time. So since we say it has talked about 50 kings, so you can understand that it is a very long period. Now, how the Shahnameh opens, how it starts. It opens with a cosmology and creation of the world, and how the arts of civilization like fire, cooking, metallurgy, and law were introduced to the Aryans. So it starts with the creation of these things and the creation of man. Qayomas was the first man and also the first king in the Shahnameh who ruled the world. The story of Qayomas parallels the biblical characters of Adam and Eve. Just as in the Bible, they talk about Adam and Eve as the first man and woman. So in the Shahnameh, it is Qayomas who is the first man on earth, the first man ever on earth. There are numerous kings, knights, heroes who lived for hundreds of years, just like some characters mentioned in the Bible. But most of them have a normal lifespan. So here there are some characters who live for 150, 200, 300 years also. And Firdausi says that all this is not false, because those were the times when people had a very long lifespan. So some of the kings, some of the heroes had a very long lifespan, like Rustam, who almost lived for 600 years, it is mentioned, something like that. Now, almost 2/3 of the Shahnameh is devoted to the age of the heroes. It starts from Minoche's reign until the conquest of Sikandar. Sikandar, we know him as Alexander the Great. So some of his conquests, some things about him is mentioned over here. It is also mentioned that Sikandar had a Persian father. So he's half Persian. The kings and heroes are continually involved in combats, hunting, court receptions, banquet and hospitality, which were the key elements of the warrior code and the pastime of the ruling influential warriors and kings during that period. However, they also found time for sports, games, and romance. So all the time they're not just fighting and fighting. It's all the time. It's not battlefield. There are love stories also. They are playing games. Other kind of stories are also included, but most of it mentions the battle between Turan and Persia. So one of the greatest enemies of Persia was Turan during those times. Now, the saddest part of history, the Sasanian Empire fell as the Arabs invaded Persia. Actually, Persia was invaded by many people, but Arabs are the main people who came into Persia and destroyed it. Alexander is also one of the person who came to Persia to conquer Persia, and he destroyed most of the things without realizing that this is his own heritage that he's destroying. And later on, he came to know that this was his heritage, and Dara, who was the king who was then the ruling king, and he felt very bad about it. But most of the things he had already destroyed. Books he had burnt, libraries he had burnt, fire temples he had destroyed. A lot of destruction was caused by Alexander also. But the last part of it is when the remaining part of it is when the Arabs invaded Persia. The Persians who followed the monotheistic Zoroastrian faith were victimized. Zoroastrians, we also know them as Parsis. Their books were destroyed and libraries were burnt. They were prohibited to speak their own mother tongue and bore centuries of silence. Why do we say centuries of silence? Because if they were caught following their own religion, their heads would be cut off. Or so the few of them who are still left in Iran, they still live in fear. They can't speak. We have an undergarment which is known as the sadra. They can't wear that. They can't worship like openly. They can't worship. They can't offer sandalwood to the fire. So many things are still continuing. The language and religion were at risk of being completely destroyed. While some gave in and converted to Islam, others resisted the invaders and bore the hardships to keep their religious rights. So when the Arabs invaded, the only thing was they wanted to turn all the Zoroastrians into, convert them into Islam. So some of them resisted. Whoever resisted, they were killed or beheaded or whatever. And some of them kept quiet, willing to follow, get converted into Islam. But some, they took boats, they took the sea route, and they landed in countries like India and other places abroad. So the full thing was in chaos. Some left the country and settled abroad in India and other countries. So because of the Arab invasion, there was a lot of chaos in Persia. Importance of writing this epic in Persian language. Now, this was a time when Arabic was the court language, and Firdausi, he wrote this epic in Persia. So it is a very big thing that it is not the language of the king, and it is the other language in which Firdausi wrote. So through his work, Firdausi revived the classical Persian language and reconstructed the history and the myth of the ancient Persia and gave it the status it deserved. During this time, Arabic was the language at the court in all Islamic regime in the Indo-Persian region after the Arab incursion. So after the Arabs invaded, hence, Firdausi is considered as a national hero who reignited the pride of the Persians in their culture and literature. So even after Arabic becoming the court language, Firdausi wrote this epic in Persian language to bring back the lost glory of the Persians. Now this is about Firdausi Tusi. You can see his portrait over here. He was destined to be great. It was his fate, it was his destiny that he would become great one day. He was born into the family of landowners. Since childhood, he had the fascination for nature, poetry, and ancient Persian history. So he was always interested in these things. He collected the pre-Islamic stories, legends, history, myth, and poems orally retold for centuries. So actually, he collected all the works which were told just orally, and he wrote them down, and then he composed his whole poetry, and he composed the Shahnama. He converted his urge into a lifelong commitment, as writing down these stories and legends turned into his passion. Why Firdausi wrote the Shahnama?
Kashmira, can you please conclude?
Okay, you want me to conclude?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I'll just take this up. Now, why translation is important? This slide and the last slide, I'll just go through the 2 slides. In a world with over 7,000 spoken languages, translation is important because it allows people to communicate and understand each other's ideas and cultures without having to learn a second language. Literary translations involves translating dramatic and creative poetry and prose into other languages, as it is an important task. It helps to shape a reader's understanding of the world, their history, philosophy, politics, etc. The translation of the Shahnama into various other languages has enabled people across the world to come in close contact with culture and traditions of the Persians and know and study its history, arts, customs, lifestyles, beliefs, values of this traditional race. The translation of the Shahnama is seen as a work of world literature and is appreciated for the values it upholds. The epic is ended with these words, as translated by Steve Inkeep. I have reached the zenith of this phenomenal history. All the world will take of me. I shall be immortal. These seeds I've sown will save my name and repute from the grave, and men of sense and knowledge will declare, when I have departed, my applause and my fame. So we can say Firdausi already knew that this epic, this Shahnama, is going to make him immortal in history. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Kashmira. You have concluded timely. And now we will move to the next presenter, who is also the final presenter for the session. I request Ms. Pinaz Mawalwala to present her paper on trends in translation studies of 21st century. Over to Ms. Pinaz Mawalwala with a request to complete the presentation within 15 minutes. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I would request Kashmira Mawalwala madam to kindly turn off her sharing so that I can share my presentation.
Okay. Is it off? Is it off?
No, madam.
Oh, how do I do it now? Okay, I have done stop share. Okay, is it off? Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is Trends in Translation Studies of 21st Century. Translation studies was first used as a term by the Dutch-based US scholar James Holmes in 1972 to refer to the discipline that deals with the complexities of problems clustered around the phenomena of translating and translations. Translation is perceived as an intrinsic part of the foreign language teaching process. It has rarely been studied for its own sake. translation involves the rendering of a source language into the target language so as to ensure that, first, the surface meaning of the two will be approximately similar, and second, that the structure of the source language will be preserved as closely as possible, but not so closely that the target language structure will be seriously distorted. I've given up an example over here. If we have to translate, मैं खाली नहीं हूँ, पीछे बाद में आना. This should not be translated to I am empty, come behind. Instead, the correct translation for this will be I am not free, do come later. The role of globalization. Globalization has brought the whole world close. Socio-economic, political, and cultural grounds. Technological advancements, example, the invention of computers, smartphones, global broadcasting of films and TV programs. All this has brought visible change in the trends of translation of the 21st century. Following areas are reflecting the contemporary trends in translation. Attitude towards translation is changing. There is an increase in acceptance. There's an emergence of translation as a new field, and it is gaining popularity day by day. Theoretical approach and curiosity to learn about different cultures. Tools and process of translation helps in transporting into a different setting. Now, we will have a peekaboo in the history. Back in the history, translation was not taken as an intrinsic art. Etienne Dole was burned with his books due to translating Plato's work, which says when someone dies, there is nothing left at all. The current perception about translation is considered as a means of transference of knowledge. It is considered as a means of spreading of religion. It is considered as a means to excel in business. It is considered as a means to communicate and build intrapersonal relationships with the world. It is considered as a means to preserve and spread one's own culture and heritage. Now, approaches to translation. The first approach is a translation must give the words of the original. This is very important. Now, I've given up an example over here. The novel 21 Days in India has been translated, okay, and in the translated work, the term Bengali Babu is used to refer to a Bengali civil servant. Using of the original term keeps its charm intact. The second one is a translation must give the ideas of the origin. Translated text must carefully select appropriate words which depict reality. We will move on to the next one. A translated text should not be read like an original work, but as translation. For example, there is a vast difference in Shakespeare's original work as compared to his translated text. Number 4, a translation should reflect and possess the style of the original. Example, while translating about a sheriff, the Western elements cannot be neglected. The character of the sheriff must not persify of that of Chulbul Pandey, even if the audience demands. Translation in relevance to culture. Translated text has the power to influence. It helps in absorption of the norms of the translated text into the target language, keeping in mind the principles of selection and operates within that system. We can say that Valmiki's Ramayana and the Holy Quran are examples of it. Translation in relevance to poetics. This includes the whole area of literary translation in theory and in practice. Studies may be general or genre specific. It includes investigation of particular problems of translating poetry, theatre text, or lyrics, and the affiliated problems of translation for the cinema, whether dubbing or subtitling. This category also comes under poetics of individual translators and comparisons between them. The studies of the problems of formulating poetics and author to translator to reader. All the above section comes under studies attempting to formulate a theory of literary translation. Now, there are 3 types of translation. interlingual translation or rewording. The first one was intralingual translation. The second one is interlingual translation. In intralingual translation, it can be considered as an interpretation of verbal signs by the means of some other language. The third one is intersemotic translation, an interpretation of verbal signs by the means of signs of non-verbal sign system or transmutation. Now I've taken up an example over here. This is an example of J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. Children's literature have been translated into over 40 languages and have sold millions of copies worldwide. It is interesting that a separate edition is published in the US with some alterations. The first book in the series, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, appeared as Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone in the US. Also, there are other lexical changes. The British biscuits, football, mummy, rounders, and the sweet sherbet lemons become American cookies, saucer, mommy, baseball, and lemon drops. The American edition makes a few alterations of grammar and syntax, such as replacing got by gotten, dive by dove, and at weekends by on weekends, and occasionally simplifying the sentence structure. I'm concluding my presentation. The technical advancements in the world has brought new trends in translation process as well. These recent trends in translation are following: machine translations, translation memory softwares, automated real-time translations, both written and spoken, computer assisted translation, digital dictionaries, collaborative translations. Now, translation has a very, very wide scope. Translation in 21st century is not limited to literary or non-literary text only. Its scope has widened so far. Now, translations are used in the following areas as well: in films and drama for dubbing, subtitles, surtitles, complete written lyrics of the song, instructional manuals in more than one language, games and website user interface in more than one language, barcodes, etc. Thank you. With this, I end my presentation, and I wholeheartedly thank the organizers for having me. And I would especially like to thank Sir Deshpande Madam for encouraging me and for guiding me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pinas, for completing your presentation very timely. And this gives us some time to discuss questions from the participants and other viewers, if there is any. I request the other participants and viewers, if you have questions to any of the presenters, please go ahead. We can take a few questions. I guess no questions are coming. So I take the opportunity to conclude this session with some remarks. It was a pleasure in the first place to chair this session that saw 6 presentations in all, 2 in Marathi and 4 in English, on very diverse topics. And there was a common thread among all these presentations. The common thread was historiography, or presenting translation from the perspective of history. In the first place, Dr. Kavita, in her Marathi presentation, discussed her perspectives on translation, and then Professor Sangeeta presented in English, and she talked about human and machine translation. Following that, Mr. Ayub NK discussed translation and paratext in the context of Tarjama tradition among Mapilas of Kerala. And then we had Dr. Nandapuri, who discussed in very details how translation has featured in Sanskrit and her presentation focused on the prevalence of translation in different manifestations in the olden times. And then we had two very interesting presentations, one by Miss Kashmira Mawalwala, and then the final one by Miss Pinaz Chinoy. And both the presentations focused on different aspects. Miss Kashmira Mawalwala presented on Shahnama and touched upon the historical aspects of this text in the perspective of translation, which also threw light on Indo-Persian communication and interactions for a very long time. And it was a very nicely prepared paper. It was very informative also. And then we had Ms. Pinaz, who discussed the evolution of translation studies as a discipline. And she began with quoting Holmes in the first place, and then she brings us to the recent trends of machine translation and translation memory. These are the papers that were presented today, and I hope the esteemed participants, the viewers online, must have benefited immensely from these presentations. And I look forward to the presenters. I look forward to receiving full versions of the papers of the presenters so that we can work on them and we can get them reviewed for publication in the form of a compendium or an edited volume or a collective volume or even in a journal issue. So with these words, I think we have reached the conclusion of the first day. And at this point of time, I would like to thank the host institution, R.S. Mundle Dharampet Arts and Commerce College, and in particular, Dr. Manjushri Sardeshpande, for having given me this opportunity to chair this session and interact with you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Tariq Khan, sir, to preside this session. Always thank to all paper presenters to present paper this session, as well as I thankful all of the participants are over here. Thank you. Today's session is conclude. Or request to all participants for the tomorrow's session. Tomorrow's session will 10 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mangesh sir. And thank you all the participants. And it was really a very fruitful session today. And let us meet tomorrow sharp at 10. We'll begin with Dr. K.M. Sharif's session. So happy afternoon, and let us meet tomorrow. Bye-bye.